Alright, well, now that you can hear me, we're trying something a little bit different today. Gonna do some live streaming with the election stuff, so I hope everybody's having a good election night. Um, and we're gonna cover some stuff and try to stay up to date on what's going on in the world of politics. So currently, looks like we have the lead here: Indiana, Kentucky. Take a look down here at Indiana. Got Hamilton County with Harris in the lead. 65% of the vote is in, and only a 1.2% lead. We've got 100% in Decatur County, which Trump won in a landslide, 78.4% to 19.9%. The population is 26,500 people. So Indiana looks like a shoe-in. Let's take a look at Kentucky here. We got one blue county, Franklin County. Harris is in the lead. Got quite a bit of a lead as well. Population of 51,000 people. But that's with 41% of the vote in, so that could definitely change. Looks like we've got Georgia coming in here. I don't know where they're getting 51%. I don't even see a blue county on here. Yeah, I don't really understand that. Let's see how this works here. So, is it with the Electoral College, probably? 0% in, let's see. Democrat plus. That's with 5% other, 75. What I don't understand is they're calling it Democrat. It says Democrat plus 52. It says 0% in, but they got 75.6 for Harris and 23.9 for Trump. So how they can even put a number up there when they got 0% in, I have no clue. No clue. All right. Check out some of our headlines here. The early vote went to the Democrats, but not by a very big margin. Not by a very big margin at all. Colorado is an interesting story. Switching to other. Uh, it's been a pretty Democratic state for a while. Look at Wyoming. All red. 15% Democrat. That's great. Love to see it. Love to see it. Nice mix of stuff there. Vermont's going fully Democrat, 65% Democrat. Well, 270 to win, and Trump's got 19, Harris 3. I know we got a long way to go. It looks like the House of Representatives, we got a lead in the House of Representatives as well. They're already doing projected winners for the House of Representatives here. Florida. Waltz. Another Waltz? He's a Republican, though. Who the hell is that guy? There we go. We got another Republican House seat. Looks good to me. Take a look over here real quick. Actually, I want to do that. See what they're saying here.
Some big states at stake, including that former battleground, Ohio, and one of the newest battlegrounds, North Carolina.
We are moments away from the polls closing in 3 more states, including battleground North Carolina.
President Trump has won this state twice.
We're going to win.
Interesting. Won't let me fucking show that, huh? Will not let me show that. Alright. I believe we can get around that. Go over here to Free Speech X. How about that? I don't know if anybody's seen this, but they already, President statewide, Harris 52, Trump 47. 100% reported. I don't know how they're putting this up on the news already. This was live streamed during a race, apparently. It's already been compromised. Results on ESPN TV Live during the Formula One race. Interesting. Well, how am I going to get that to play? Alright, we can't show the ad on YouTube, whatever, that's fine. Blah, blah, blah. Skip it. So it looks like Florida, Georgia, Trump's got the lead. Florida, Georgia, Indiana. Indiana's already checked. Kentucky already checked. Trump win there. New Hampshire, close race. Got South Carolina, Trump in the lead. Governor for Vermont, turning Republican, eh? So far, I like what I see. We're off to a good start here. A very good start. Looks like we've secured 19 delegates. Secured 19 delegates. Perfect. Here we go. Let's go to this here. And we'll get this guy up here. Boom. Well, I like what I see. I see 3 states already. 3 states looks like they're calling it for Donald Trump already. 3 states, Donald Trump. 1 state, Kamala Harris. So Kamala Harris got her only 3 electoral votes. Now, hold on a second. That is only 3% estimated reporting. And they already called it for Kamala Harris? Is that what am I understanding this correctly? I don't understand. I actually seen something about, the Libertarians come out and endorsed, the head of the Libertarians come out and endorsed Donald Trump today too. You know, that's insane. That's insane. I would have liked to see a higher number of Republican turnout in Oregon. Everywhere I go, I see Donald Trump stuff. You never see Kamala Harris, nothing. But I also don't travel to places like Portland, or Eugene, or Salem, unless I have to. Looks like California, man, damn near 30% Republican. Registered voters. Okay, now see on this map here, they haven't called it yet for South Carolina. They haven't called it yet. Why? Whoa. Man, can they make the maps any more difficult to... What the hell was... I mean, did they put somebody on LSD and they're like, hey, you know what? You need to make us a map. And they were like, alright, check this out. We got a stealth bomber in here. Look at that. Stealth bomber shape. What else we got hidden in here? A bunch of Tetris pieces. What the hell's going on? Alright, Georgia, Trump taking a good lead. We got 8% of the vote in already. We got 58.1% Trump, 41.4% Harris. We're taking a good lead. Well, if we keep up in Georgia, they're going to call that one pretty soon, too. Alright, we're starting to get numbers in West Virginia here, it looks like. We got 0%, 0%, and it says projected winner Donald Trump. Jesus, I just don't understand. Very interesting. "32 delegates to 3. Let's go. We got polls closed in Ohio, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. Polls are closed now. So we're going to start getting a lot more numbers coming in. Trump's lead in Georgia just keeps pumping. Trump's lead in Georgia just keeps on pumping. All right, we're going to take a look at what's going on live over here.
To Donald Trump here. Well, it's not just the presidential election contest there in West Virginia. It's some of these other down ballot races as well, including a key Senate race. Austin Westfall joining me yet again. Austin, I believe we have a Senate call in the race there.
Yeah, you know what? Let's pull up our Senate map because let's show the balance of power. This is no surprise, Andrew. I mean, we expected that retiring Senator Joe Manchin would be replaced by a Republican. Jim Justice, he was a popular two-term governor in West Virginia. You may know him from his English bulldog, Baby Dog, who made an appearance at the Republican National Convention. So Justice and Baby Dog making their way into the Senate's upper chamber. We don't have any numbers in from the Associated Press quite yet. You see here, I mean, we're looking at all zeros here, but nonetheless, the Associated Press, knowing that this is a reliably red state, not a surprise at all that Justice comes away with the victory. They feel comfortable enough to make this one red.
So I think that's a good moment to kind of pause, and for the viewers who might not understand this, you know, we're relying on the Associated Press. How can a media organization like the AP project a race call without numbers there? And I think this is really important to kind of hammer home here. Why, Austin?
You know, ultimately, this was one of the races we knew was going to flip red. There was Senator Joe Manchin. He was an independent. We knew Jim Justice, the Republican, had a huge advantage over the mayor of Wheeling, West Virginia. This was not going to be surprising at all. And as soon as some of these numbers do start coming in, most assuredly, they're going to be heavily lopsided in Jim Justice's favor. In the meantime, let's look at the wider senatorial map here because this is the balance of power. There's still a lot of empty notches to fill in. As we've been mentioning, the Democrats have a lot more seats to defend, but the Republicans, so far, with one flip, that's what this candy cane, I'm going to call it a candy cane. Let's zoom in on it. It's basically pinstriped there.
Right.
That means that a seat has flipped. That seat went from independent to Republican. We're going to be watching out for more of those types of races as the night progresses.
All right, to your point, no surprises here. This was projected, but you're right. We got a seat flip there in West Virginia for Senate Republicans gaining this seat there. And so Joe Manchin, to your point, retiring, not seeking re-election, and all intents and purposes, many expected this race to go this way as well. But Jim Justice is vacating, Austin, the governor's mansion. Just briefly here, who will replace him there in Charleston, West Virginia? You see there the governor's race in West Virginia. Pat Morrisey besting his Democratic rival there, Steve Williams, to take the governor's mansion there in West Virginia. Pat Morrisey, Austin, he's, I believe, the current Republican Attorney General in West Virginia. So it just seems kind of like musical chairs in West Virginia politics tonight. Justice to Washington, Morrisey to the capital of West Virginia.
Yeah, ultimately, what I'm going to say about this race, again, we're working with the AP's figures all night, and I've got the results up here. And again, we're looking at all zeros, but that just gives you some sense of how reliably red some of these states are. The West Virginias, the Kentuckys. As soon as we start to see some more calls in places like Kansas and Oklahoma, we may see similar things. You might be wondering, how can they call a race with 0% of the results in? My guess is they're going to be filling these in very shortly. and Pat Morrissey is going to have a sizable lead over Steve Williams. Pat Morrissey headed to the governor's mansion.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. Wanted to definitely get in all of those race calls there. So we still have officials speaking in Fulton County, Georgia. We also have some of these live vantage points as well. That's at a polling place in Maricopa County, Arizona, I believe. It's about 5:40 there, Mountain Time. We also have live looks in Washington, D.C., not too far from the White House there on the campus of Howard University. That's where Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate, Tim Walz, will hold their election night watch party. We also have the one there in West Palm Beach where the Trump-Vance election night watch party will be held there as well. But like I said, all eyes briefly were focused on West Virginia, and this is an AP race call. Republican Jim Justice defeating Democrat Glenn Elliott in the West Virginia Senate race. Justice, and here to your point, Austin, his dog, baby dog, going to Washington here. In the meantime,
defeating Democrat Glenn Elliott.
Ultimately, what we're looking at here are a number of gubernatorial races across the country. Only one of them was expected to be competitive, and we're starting to get an idea of what those results are looking like. Only 7% of the vote is in so far. New Hampshire is the one gubernatorial seat that we didn't know which way it was going to go. Chris Sununu, the outgoing governor, deciding not to run for re-election. So far, Democrat Joyce Craig has a very small lead over Kelly Ayotte. So we're looking at 49.4% to 48.5%, only 0.9 of a percentage point separating the two right now. But again, only 7% of the votes tallied. It'll be interesting, Andrew, to see how that gubernatorial race in New Hampshire plays out as the night goes on.
Yeah, let's bring into the conversation more expertise and analysis, Austin. We're going to do that with our friend there, Bill Scher at the Washington Monthly. He joins us. Bill, thanks for being with us. I know you're really busy tonight. If we can, let's just get you to respond to some of those race calls we just brought our viewers coming to us from West Virginia. No surprises there, right, Bill?
Yeah, no surprises. Nothing that I think you should treat as a bellwether.
Trump is winning the popular vote.
In 2020, almost the entire country shifted a little blue relative to 2016, but with some notable exceptions. Florida actually got more red.
So not only are we
when 4 years ago, when the Florida numbers came in trending Trump,
not only are we ahead in our delegates, 270, we're 32 to 3. Why are the numbers different here? This has 32 to 3. This has 23. Of course, NBC is going to be one of those people. That's because South Carolina. They haven't called South Carolina on NBC, but they've called South Carolina on 270 to win. So all 7 seats held by 6 Republicans and 1 Democrat in the U.S. House for South Carolina appears safe in the incumbent party. Sherry Biggs is expected to succeed fellow Republican Jeff Duncan, who is retiring after 7 terms. 7 terms. See, this is something I disagree with. We shouldn't have 7 terms, man. We got to have some kind of term limits. I disagree with this, fundamentally.
Call North Carolina for Kamala early, I'd say that's a pretty good chance she's going to be the president of the United States, but I wouldn't say it's a done deal yet.
So, Bill, though, back to Austin's question about the impacts of Hurricane Helene, have we seen any in some of the early voting in North Carolina and same-day voting as well? That was a key concern, especially from Republicans and the Trump campaign, about electoral integrity, voter integrity, especially in parts of western North Carolina. Have you seen anything to suggest that those fears came to fruition?
I haven't seen it, but I would not put myself as the expert on what was happening in Western North Carolina right now. And obviously final turnout numbers are not, we're not going to know for a little bit. So we're going to want to compare those to 2020 to see if there was a dip there.
So I want to go to some of these other gubernatorial races. This one there in New Hampshire. So we have 10% of estimated votes. I know we're kind of ping-ponging over the map here, but it's gubernatorial cycle as well. Kelly Ayotte, the Republican, very, very closely over her Democratic challenger, Joyce Craig, and the numbers changing in real time. Only 10% estimated votes count. It's still early. Chris Sununu, the incumbent Republican, I believe either term limit or opting not to seek re-election there. Bill, what do we know about New Hampshire and with the presidential contest too here?
Well, this is a light blue state. It has gone Democratic for the presidentials for some time, although it got a little close in 2016 when it was Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump. But it's also a bit of an old school New England Republican state on the gubernatorial level, libertarian streak. Chris Sununu was a popular Republican governor there, not seen as extreme, not seen as a Trumper. And Kelly Ayotte was trying to run in that mold, and that's why it's a more competitive race, and the presidential race is going to be there.
All right, so I want to move away from this. We're staying in New Hampshire, though. We do have some of these results coming in on the presidential level in New Hampshire there. Harris up over Trump 55 to 44, but only 10% of estimated votes counted. Austin Westfall and I We were discussing earlier today the campaign's key focus, or lack of focus thereof, on New Hampshire in the last couple of weeks here. Bill, have you noticed that? Should we be paying attention to New Hampshire at the presidential level right now?
Well, Vance did a late trip there, but I think that was more bravado than serious play. But of course, the Trump campaign might be a little delusional at times, and
Georgia's looking pretty safe to Donald Trump. We got 19% of the vote in, and we're at 62% versus 32%. So Georgia is definitely going red, in my opinion, obviously. That's a battleground, so they definitely will not call it early. There, we'll put our night mode on our monitor. There we go. We got night mode going, so now it's not so bright. Hopefully I know how to fix that back. Alright. Let's see what's going on with the House of Representatives. So, looks like with the House of Representatives, the House is the important one too. The House is the one we need. If the Democrats take the House, they're just gonna tie him up in fucking what do they call that? Impeachment trials and shit his whole term, and keep him away from doing his job so they can say he's the worst president in the fucking world. We need to retain the House, that's for sure. That's what we need to do. Alright, so it looks like NBC still hasn't called South Carolina, where let's see, decision desk.
corner of your screen. You see there it says 750.7K. Well, in addition to myself and 750,000 others, you are watching us in real time here on Live Now from Fox, and we thank you. If you're new to us, we thank you again. This is what we do here. Now, you also notice what just rose up there in the lower left-hand of your screen. That is our electoral college tally, and you see there Trump with 23 electoral votes right now as it stands. Harris with 3. But like I said, it is still early. That magic number, 270 for the Electoral College as well. Bringing into the conversation, Austin Westfall again in the Live Now newsroom and Bill Scher at the Washington Monthly. We do have some of these numbers in from West Virginia. Yes, the races have been called there, but we finally have a good sense, especially in this Senate race there, between Justice and Elliott. Justice with the race call there from the Associated Press. You see the breakdown, 57 to 40. This was only 7% of estimated votes counted, and that was to be expected there. Just kind of wanted to tie a bow, Austin, on these results coming to us out of West Virginia. Jim Justice going to the Senate in Washington.
And that was not a surprise, Andrew. There's another race that we're starting to get some results in for that is something that's been hotly contested. That is Ohio. This has been a close one, reportedly one of the most expensive Senate races on record between Senator Sherrod Brown and businessman Bernie Moreno. Sherrod Brown is a 3-term Democratic incumbent. He has built a strong coalition in this red state. Ohio, by the way, not too long ago, was considered a battleground state. It's not anymore. It's expected to vote for Trump. So that means that Sherrod Brown very much could be facing his toughest challenge yet in 18 years in Bernie Moreno. Ohio was once, of course, the prototypical battleground. Now, this could be the last example of Ohio being a true battleground if Moreno is to take this seat. Again, though, only 9% of votes tallied so far. There's still a lot more before we know how this one falls.
Bill, I know you have to go at the top of the hour, though. Everyone's watching this key Senate race there in the Buckeye State, Brown versus Moreno here. Any thoughts on that? We have some early numbers in.
Yeah, the early numbers seem to give Moreno a little bit of an edge. And look, if Moreno wins that race and flips the Ohio Senate seat, pretty darn good chance Republicans are going to be taking the Senate, because Democrats, because you already have West Virginia, the Republicans need a net of 2. So I'm sorry, they need well, they would need 2 to if Kamala Harris is president. If you would need to offset a Ohio flip with a win either in Montana or Texas, which are both uphill for Democrats. Weird things can happen, but you feel pretty good about the Republican chances if Ohio gets called for Moreno.
All right, Bill Scher with the Washington Monthly. Bill, I know you have to go. Thanks so much for making time. We'll talk soon.
My pleasure. Take care.
All right, still, though, with Austin Westfall here in the Live Now newsroom. Austin, let's focus our efforts a little bit more, though, on the Ohio Senate race.
Yeah.
This is a very expensive race. So many people are watching this, and for Republicans, it's a pickup opportunity here. Sherrod Brown in the political battle of his life, isn't he?
Democrats and Republicans have been sweating this one out, Andrew. And let's just highlight here some of what we're seeing, because this helps us visualize just how things are going. As he mentioned, we are talking about a closing path for the Democrats to gain or to remain in control of the Senate. There are still a lot of these seats that are still undecided. There are so many toss-up Senate races still to be decided. The key ones, as he mentioned, though, and I'll focus in,
that's big.
Florida, which is leaning for Rick Scott already. That's one that the Democrats are going to need to pick up if they want a fighting chance. Texas is the other one. Colin Allred will need to pull off an upset against Ted Cruz. There's also this kind of surprising race in Nebraska. An independent candidate has been giving a surprising challenge to the Republican that's in that seat there. Nonetheless, I mean, if we're looking at the map, there are so many Democrats that are facing very close races. We're talking Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, as he alluded to. Jon Tester, who is another 3-term Democratic incumbent who has built a strong Democratic coalition within his red state. He's facing his first real challenge against Tim Sheehy. One could argue that the past 3 Senate cycles have been in the Democrats' favor. The first one came in an unpopular year for Republicans because of the war. And then the second time Tester was elected, that was a blue wave because of Obama. The third time Tester in Montana was elected, it was that midterm year after Trump was elected. So we saw another.
Look at this. Look at this. President chance of winning, 71.5% chance for Donald Trump to win the presidency at this point. And this is current. This is a live graph. Yeah, we're getting Oklahoma. Yeah. Missouri. I mean, you know, a lot of these we already could count on, but Georgia, we have a good lead, and that is going to be a flipped state. Oh no, it's not. Georgia's not going to be. Yeah, it is going to be a flipped state. We got South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, Missouri, Oklahoma, Indiana. Yeah, so, I mean, you can see right here. That doesn't mean we're in it to win it though. That's not what it means. Oh yeah. See, and on this map here on NBC, they still refuse to call South Carolina. And Mississippi, really. And see, they put Harris on top, but they got 0-0. I mean, but they put Harris on top. Why? You can see it right here. You can see it right here. Oh, look at Texas. What the hell's going on with Texas? That's because we got Dallas. Yeah, Dallas is the only one really reporting so far. So we got to keep an eye on Texas here. It should be on. Can you hear me now? Yo, yo. Can you hear me? Is that any better? Let me know if that's any better so you can hear what I have to say. All right, perfect. Good deal. So, what we got here is basically Texas just went from leaning blue to leaning red. That's good. We got more than just Dallas coming in. Our chances of Trump winning are going up. Just a couple of seconds ago, it was 71%. Now we're at 72.3. I turn off my heater real quick. And if you go to this map, they're definitely not showing the same exact stuff. So here has Harris 31. This has Harris 27. All right, we're going to listen in over here in Philadelphia.
It would look like other ones that we've had, where there were the usual
There we go.
significant number of insignificant complaints. That is essentially what occurred here, with a couple of small exceptions. One of those exceptions does have to do with bomb threats, and the other exception has to do with an individual who has been detained, and we'll get into that.
Is the
but
audio
the
okay?
essence of
Everybody
it
here
is
okay?
this: people have been here all day. They have been out in the community. I have been out in the community all day. We have been making sure that when there was any sort of a concern or a complaint, we dispatched an attorney. We dispatched law enforcement. I want to give a special thanks to the Philadelphia Police Department, to the DA's detectives in this office who have done an exceptional job today of responding to everything that came up. There wasn't that much, but they were great about responding to it. And that, I think, has had a lot to do with how well the day went. The two exceptions
Hey, Freeman,
that
can
we
you
are
hear
going to talk
everything
about,
okay?
and then we'll do a larger summary. But the two exceptions are that there were some bomb threats in Philadelphia. If you've been monitoring what the Federal Bureau of Investigation has said publicly, they have recently stated publicly that this did happen in other locations as well. They stated publicly that there was some attribution to potentially Russian source. They further stated that they were fake bomb threats. And in Philadelphia, they were fake bomb threats. All the locations were cleared. As I said before, only one was briefly closed. That was for about 23 minutes. And that one is being extended for another 23 minutes. So let me say it again. Phony bomb threats. No bombs. No one hurt. No boom. None of that happened, okay? That did occur. There is a second event that occurred, which is a little unusual, which is that an individual walked into a polling place. That individual made a threatening comment to the effect of he was going to bomb that place. He was detained. Police are continuing to investigate that case. It has not been referred to us for charging yet. That is a developing story, and obviously when we have more information, we will know about it. But once again, there's no indication that it was any more than words. There's no indication that there was a capacity to carry it out or anything of that sort.
Which location was that?
I will get you that information. We're going to have people who know everything, because I was out in the community making sure that the work that was done by this office and done with our law enforcement partners was done correctly, that people were satisfied with that work, that polling places were aware of how to interface with us so that we could do that work. So they are in the details a little bit more than I am, and frankly, they deserve the credit more than I do for the work that they have been doing all day. Standing behind me are a couple of familiar faces. Shoshana Silverstein, Matt Stigler.
All right, so we have a bunch of like bomb threats going on, and they've said a lot of this, they keep saying a lot of this stuff is, unfounded and all that kind of stuff, but it just shows you to the level of where they're willing to take this interference into the election. And everybody says, oh, it's the Russians. I don't know if I necessarily believe that. Not everything is the Russians, man. Not everything. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a fool. Or maybe I just believe that there's a lot more bad actors around us than a lot of people give credit for. You know. All right, so Alabama looks like has already called it for Trump. Donald Trump wins in Alabama. Votes 0%, 0%. You know, it's just so funny. How is this even a thing? So we got Florida, Indiana, Kentucky, Missouri, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and West Virginia. Well, I can't turn it up anymore. This is as loud as it goes. I don't know. It's as loud as it goes. I would have to start. See, I need a microphone stand. I guess I could just hold my microphone like this, like I'm doing a concert. Is that better? It's got to be better. I'll just do a concert. Anybody wants to donate so I can get a microphone stand, that'd be great. Link is in the description of the video. I know. I have low-tech stuff, man, low-tech. Ghetto Fabulous, I'm trying to learn. Yeah, there's only one way I can do that. That's just talk directly into it. It's got to be right here. That's okay. It's okay. I need to get a microphone stand. Actually helps if you text that in the chat. Oh, look at this. Our chances are going down, but we're still up above 50%. I love this graph right here. I love this graph. That's great. I actually want to check out my, I'm going to check out my Robinhood thing here, because they got the Donald Trump presidency thing going on. Oh, look at this. Holy moly. Let's go. See, even the stock market agrees. Even the stock market agrees. Hold on. Yo. Oh, this ain't going to show me what's going down right now, is it? Yeah, we could watch this. Yeah. Boom. See, even the stock market agrees. Look at this. Look at this. As Trump's chances of winning go up, look at the stock market. Look at the stock market go. Let's fucking go. Let's go. This is perfect. Yeah, we're going to cash out on that bitch right there. Bam. This is paper trading, by the way. This is not real trading. This is paper trading. I'm doing a competition right now called The Leap. And we're doing pretty good in this competition currently right now. I want to know why gold and silver went down. See, oil I can understand. I went for the long on that. We're just going to... Yeah, we went for the long on that. Oil price is going to drop if Trump gets the presidency. So, you know, I think we're going to smack our loss on that one there. I still think gold and silver is going to go up, so I'm going to leave those alone. And I'm going to stay out of those right now. Yeah, it's a little dangerous there. Look at the S&P 500, for example. S&P 500. Boom. I mean, that is with everybody expecting Donald Trump to win. Everybody. So, the market likes it. You know, that means your paycheck's going to like it. That means your company's going to like it. So, you're going to get paid more. You're going to, you know, I don't know. I'm just telling you. The stock market absolutely loves this right now. Gold and silver is going to go down, probably for the same reason that oil is going to go down. Because mining is going to pick back up and the price of that stuff is going to go down. It's not going to be a big business, you know, like the way it was. So, I mean, it's going to be big business, but it's going to be cheap, you know. Be able to go to the grocery store and get more than 5 items for $100. You can get your electronics and goods for less than what they cost now. That's why gold and silver is probably going to go down. There was a huge dump of Bitcoin at 71,400. I'd like to see Bitcoin hit about 75,000. Shit. Well, the market likes it. You know what I mean? The market loves this. Market absolutely loves this. Let's take a listen in.
Again, in Pennsylvania, which have light blue, but very early results so far in those states. What's a blue mirage? What's a red mirage? What do we need to know about mirages on Election Day?
So I'll use the example of here in Arizona. We're going to see a drop of ballots that came in early, some of those Election Day votes, and a good chunk of those as well. So I think we really got to keep an eye on those ballots and seeing how that evolves throughout the night. Are we going to see more mail-ins that tend to favor Democrats? Or are we going to see a situation where it kind of flips slowly over time? As these races tighten, it really boils down to the different ways these people decide to vote. And so we'll see a different impact in different states in terms of how that plays out. But I think the key here is for people to be patient. And if you see a close margin, you see that margin flip, keep an eye on terms of what those ballots are coming in those ballot drops.
Yeah, that's such a good point, Cameron. Almost like the object in the mirror isn't as close as it would appear, or is as close as it would appear here. So, yes, I think a lot of people are kind of just keeping their powder dry on that one, knowing that some of these results you got to take with a grain of salt right now because they come in piecemeal. But we do have our Electoral College tally, if we can just bring that up here. I was told by my executive producer that in 2020, at this very same point in the night, the tally was identical to then and now, 2020 to 2024. At this point in the night, you see it there in the lower left-hand portion of your screen. 95 for Trump, 35 for Harris. It is really, really early so far. We have vantage points as well, though, inside of the Trump election night watch party there in West Palm Beach. We also have vantage points outside on the campus of Howard University, in the nation's capital, at the Harris Walls ticket. So wanted to get all this in. I think that was a kind of a good pausing moment. Let's take a quick commercial break, you guys. Austin Westfall, Cameron Arcand.
All right, we're not going to do no commercial break. Let's see what the all right. So no big surprise on Washington, D.C., Maryland, Massachusetts, Vermont. You know, none of that stuff's a big surprise. All that stuff up there be pretty much blue. Let's check out the Senate race here. West Virginia is the story right here, with flipping to the Republican Jim Justice. So Georgia still continues to lean towards Trump, which is really good. North Carolina, still a tight race, but it seems to be leaning towards Kamala Harris, which is, I find interesting after the response to Hurricane Milton. They're saying Georgia is too close to call, and that's something we're not surprised about. We're not surprised about. They had issues last race. They're going to have issues this time. And there's so many eyes on Georgia and Arizona right now. But I don't know how they can call a 10% deficit too close to call. That's 10%, man. That's 10%. So this shows 31,105 Trump, and this shows 27,99 Trump. We're leading in the House and the Senate. The Senate, though, Senate race is close. We have flipped one seat. There's 38 not up for election, though, at this time. Looks like Michigan's going to retain a Democrat Senate. Yes, sir. Trump train, baby. So, it's really looking good, actually. It's looking good for us. I foresee probably a little bit of issues, but I don't see a lot of people showing up late for Harris and all this stuff, you know, but it's still early. Should have jumped back into gold. All right, they got some live events coming out.
Abortion. Same with Florida, though. We are getting some of these reactions from some of the candidates there in Florida, including, remember, that key Senate race between Republican incumbent Rick Scott and his Democratic challenger, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. We have Mucarsel-Powell. Okay, it looks like this just wrapped up here. So we're a little off on our timing at the moment there. But Debbie Mucarsel-Powell most likely conceding the race to Scott there. Let's take this here. You see that Scott was declared and projected the winner of the Florida Senate race, 56% with Mucarsel-Powell's 43%. So this is going to happen here on Live Now all throughout the course of the evening. We're going to try to get to some of these campaign speeches, election night watch parties, but also victory speeches and concession speeches as well. In the meantime here, let's get another quick commercial break. Almost at the bottom of the hour, there is so much more where that came from on this election night. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
And as soon as we switch over to them, they got to take a commercial break. Go figure. All right, so far everything's looking real good, man. I'm excited. I think everybody had enough of what was going on for the last 4 years. It doesn't really matter, you know, at this point, how you feel about anybody's personality or about them personally as what they do in their personal life. But we need a leader. We need somebody who's going to take us in the right direction, put money in our pockets, make sure we're safe and secure. And there's one person that's going to do that. I do think it is incredibly important to have the House of Representatives. The House of Representatives is probably the most important part of owning the presidency because, well, they can just tie you up. They can tie you up in a knot and you can't do your job, impeach you over stupid shit that is not impeachable. We've seen it over and over and over again. When he was in office last time. So, you know, hopefully they'll let him do his job this time. Or if we can control the House, then you know, we shouldn't have that problem. Even if they're in the Senate, they can't do anything. You know. So we have 51 seats right now. There's, what, 218 is the mid. So we have 436 at stake. But I don't think they're all... So it looks like Alabama's going to go from an incumbent Republican who retired and there's 2 Democrats running for Alaska District 1. There is a Democrat running against the incumbent. You don't see that very often. $111. All right, so NBC finally has Trump over 100 on the electoral. We're at 111 over here on 270 to win, and then on decision desk we're at 111. So it just goes to show you. Look at the, you know, you go to your national news supposed, right? They got totally different numbers than your 270 to win and decision desk. This is decision desk headquarters, right? Totally different numbers. And 270 to win and decision desk have the same numbers.
Beats Donald Trump there in New Jersey. Also, Westfall, Harris winning New Jersey.
Harris winning New Jersey, and if you'll come out to me, let's show the electoral map. We are seeing more and more blue filling in. A lot of these smaller states are now dark blue. That means we're seeing finally that they're being called. No surprises there so far. We're still hearing for more results from battleground states like Michigan and Pennsylvania. Preliminary results coming in from those states, but nonetheless, Andrew, that race call, not a surprise.
All right, and Anna, let's get back to some of the Harris campaign, I guess, the vibes within headquarters there on the campus of Howard University here. What does Harris need to do if she has the momentum to maintain that momentum? And what have they done in the last 4 or 5 days to shore up any support here?
Yeah, what the Harris campaign has done is it's very similar to Trump's, but they had the closing message at the Ellipse on Tuesday.
To cut you off, Anna. Sorry to cut you off here. We do have Rick Scott at his election night watch party. We'll get to that question and answer in just a moment here. Let's listen.
Well,
all right,
Florida, we did it.
Did it again. Congratulations, Rick Scott.
And for once, we did it before midnight. I want to thank God. I want to thank my beautiful wife who put up with me. My wonderful daughters, Allison and Jordan. Oh, Allison
Hello.
and Jordan. And their husbands, Pierre and Shane. And my perfect grandsons. And I want to thank my mom, who couldn't be here. So, and guess what? We won Miami-Dade. So I think we won every constitutional officer down there. We have a new sheriff, Rosie. It's unbelievable what happened. Together, this is a team event. Together we get to celebrate a great victory tonight. There's a lot of people to thank. There's a lot of people that knocked on doors, made phone calls, did text. We had a lot of people just busted their butts. And everyone is just... So we had a great campaign team led by Jackie Zeckman. We have a great office team. We've got 10 offices led by Craig Carbone. Now, let's do something fun. Keep your hands up if I ask you. Raise your hand if you worked in the governor's office. Raise your hand if you were appointed by me when I was governor, or you have a family or friend that was. How about you worked in my Senate office? Keep your hands up. Or you worked at the National Republican Senatorial Committee when I was a chair. Or you worked at the RNC in my last election. Or you volunteered or you're donated. Almost everybody is part of that. This is a team win. We won, they lost. Every person in this room has a dream. My dream is that every child, I don't care the color of their skin, their religion, where they were born, has a chance to live the dream of this country. If that's true, it's a hell of a country. And that's what we're going to do. But our work is not done. Next week, we have another election. Senate Republican leader.
Is he really running for Senate Republican leader?
So 2 years ago, I challenged Mitch McConnell because I know there has to be a change.
Yep, get out, Mitch.
We have a great Republican Party all across this country.
There you go.
We need a Republican Party in D.C. We need a Republican Party to start solving the problems of this country, and we have a significant number of problems. Florida is the center of the Republican Party of this country. Washington could learn a hell of a lot from what we've done right here in this great state. We are the best melting pot in the world. Los votantes hispanos son republicanos hoy.
Boy, he sure looked proud of himself after he said that.
Hoy enviamos un fuerte mensaje al mundo. Florida is roja. Y no hay lugar para el socialismo en los Estados Unidos, especialmente la Florida.
Okay, so as Senator Rick Scott there accepts victory in Spanish there in the Sunshine State, wanted to let you listen into some of his remarks there alongside his family as well. We also have the results in the lower right-hand portion of your screen coming back out here. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. So that's what we're going to do all throughout the course of the evening. It really...
All right, so... So New Jersey goes to Kamala Harris. So gold is outpacing silver right now. Gold is outpacing silver. What's some of the other cryptos doing? Solana's doing really well. Look at that. Solana's doing really well. I'm in at 149.28 is my average price. So I mean we're holding above. We're doing good. We're doing good. $149. We're sitting at 172. Shit. Let's go Solana. Bitcoin, Ethereum, trying to keep it up. You know, we just had a big run, some profit taking going on, and bam, bam. Alright, I still think we're going to the upside. Everybody loves what's going on right here. Everybody loves it. So, good. Check out how the Robinhood presidential race is going. So it started out when I bought my contracts. Let's see. Never seen this before. They did betting on the presidential race. I bought it 58 cents, but my position was at 60 because, you know, they charge you. And it's at 69 right now. 69. So even, you know, the market is literally, I wish I could show you guys that, but I can't. The market is really betting on Trump right now. So yeah, this is the Harris campaign thing right now, live. Look at this. Over at the college.
And Georgia has 159 counties. 2 of them could be flipped. And I was in one that's leaning blue. And I spoke, actually, I kept finding voters who were saying, we're going to vote for Trump, even though, you know, we may be Democrats, we may be black. That's the way that we're going to vote this cycle. And people were concerned about the economy. I mean, we've seen it over and over again.
Everybody's concerned
in
about
the polls being conducted since the caucuses and primaries. It's the #1 issue, followed by, you know, threat to democracy, the border, immigration, those types of things. But, you know, tonight, I think the Harris campaign is taking an early victory lap. It seems to believe it's going to win. Certainly, it looked like it last night when I was with Harris in Atlanta. Or I should say the Harris campaign at a party in Atlanta with 2 Chainz. And that's what we're seeing on Howard campus. People are excited. But, you know, the election night is just getting started.
Yeah. We're gonna party outside the college. Why? So everybody can smoke? Shit, I'll smoke to that. Oh, shit. I just got rid of the NBC one. Not like I really give a shit about NBC, but... I know one of these had the popular vote. Where are we going to see the popular vote? Illinois has already called the president with 11. Kennedy's still getting votes. Kennedy got 1.1% of the vote in Illinois, even though he has to be taken off of the ballot. So, this has Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Ohio. Ohio, obviously, that's where Vance is from. I think Ohio is going to remain red. It does look like it's a close race, though, you know? No, we don't want that shit. Those are just news articles. I don't know. Is there not a way to look at... I know I've seen... Oh, here's popular vote right here. Popular vote. 53.5%. Donald Trump. Oh, we're listening in right now.
Okay. All I can tell you is 7 years ago in August, when I declared to run for the U.S. Senate, there weren't many believers. And even folks close to you wondered, did you really have a game plan? Well, my game plan started very simply when I got to be the luckiest man alive to marry this lady here. Now you do all these fancy commercials and they don't even talk about you, they talk about my wife. We were lucky. I think, going way back when we made the decision, unlike most did then, to move back to our hometown. And when we did that, that set the stage for everything else that followed. Most people didn't think that made sense either. But had we not done that, I'm almost certain we wouldn't be here this evening. Yeah. When you marry someone that says the priority is to have my own business and raise a family, how in the hell could you argue with that? So we came back and did just that. We lived the American dream, blessed with 4 kids, 3 of them running the business I ran for 37 years, and a family that's always been behind me and Maureen in anything that we did. That truly is what life is about. And so often you get caught in the groove where you don't want to get out of it, because that's success measured in one way. To me, once you do it, I think you need to look beyond that. And that's what I decided to do 7 years ago. So that was a tricky navigation when you didn't really have any real experience at it. As I've always said, politics and government are a lot easier than running a business. Any of you that own businesses, yeah. Hell, in government, you just got to be smart enough to not spend more than you take in. In business, you're signing the note. Your livelihood is on the line. And by the way, there are dozens of competitors in a real market that want to take a bite out of your flank. That is difficult. Now, the difference is when you jump into the political arena, business is over a span of time. 2 hard deadlines in politics, May and November. And then you need to take all the skills that you've learned in the real world, to where you've been understated, underestimated, and you've overperformed, and then it's like shooting ducks on a pond. Because it's so assumed that you got to come from that pathway. I never did assume that. When you go to the U.S. Senate and you get a crew mostly of Hoosiers that come out there with you, you end up being the most successful freshman Senate office. That's something to be proud of. And yeah.
All right, so listening to that guy, he's taking over the governor's office. Good for him. Looks like Harris is catching up here, and as some of these Upper East Coast states fill in, getting a few delegates and all that. We got the popular vote. We got the popular vote right now, almost 10% of the popular vote. We still have a long way to go, though. This map is actually showing pretty close to, although it does say Trump only 101 and then Harris 71. Over here, yeah, see, look at that. And then Harris over here, this right here is decision desk, right? Like this. So Harris 67, Trump 111. You go over here to Microsoft Bing search, right, where it tells you, okay, I guess this is 6 minutes ago, but it says Harris 71. Harris doesn't even have 71 delegates right now. Doesn't even have it. So this is an example of why people get so confused and don't have the proper information to make the correct decisions in life. So over here we got Kamala Harris with 30, Donald Trump with 105. Over here we got Harris with 67, Donald Trump with 111. Hold on a second. This is crazy. Then we got Harris with 67, Donald Trump 111. Come over here, you got Harris 71 and Trump 101. I just don't understand it. How does everybody have different numbers? I mean, is somebody first in line while other people's are last in line? So Microsoft Bing, they get obviously the Democratic numbers before these other people, right? So oh, we got a big race call.
Down here, what's going on in North Carolina between Mark Robinson and Josh Stein?
All right, so this was not one that we expected to be a red state gubernatorial-wise, because there has been so much controversy surrounding the GOP candidate there, Mark Robinson. There was that bombshell report that discussed some of his alleged online postings from over a decade ago on an adult web forum. He already had an uphill battle before that scandal came out. Once the scandal came out, he stopped being invited to Trump events when he was in that state. Mark Robinson's campaign basically floundered at that point. North Carolina, let's pull up some of these results and let's zoom in so that we can see how this thing played out. Josh Stein, he's the AG in the state. He will be the next governor. He's going to be succeeding Governor Roy Cooper, who was term limited. So Josh Stein going to be moving into the governor's mansion there. He won by a margin of about 8 points. North Carolina. That's a fascinating one. I want to keep it moving here because on this map too, Andrew, again, North Carolina, Oklahoma, we kind of expected that would fall the way that it fell. New Hampshire. That's something I want to focus in on.
South Carolina,
that's the only real toss-up gubernatorial race that we were following.
I am glad this
32% of the votes counted so far.
That is so nice.
And Kelly Ayotte, the Republican, so far has exactly a 2-point lead over Joyce Craig. Looks like there's still a lot of ballots to be counted in that competitive gubernatorial race. We'll keep you posted. I think we have some props to get to.
Yeah, that's right. So we have now a resolution to the North Carolina gubernatorial contest that got so much attention with those bombshell reports about some of Mark Robinson's alleged online behavior. This is the election night watch party for Robinson's supporters here, Austin. So if we see any campaign staffers or Robinson himself take to the podium there.
Yeah, they try to make a big scandal about Mark
as well. So that's a live vantage point we have coming to us from North Carolina. We also have a live vantage point coming to us from New Jersey. We're expecting Senator-elect Andy Kim, the Democrat, to address his crowd of supporters here. But to your point, Austin, we got to get in some of these race calls in on these ballot proposals and ballot questions put to voters in several states on a lot of different issues, including and especially, though, in Florida. Remember, the issues of abortion and marijuana were put to voters there in the Sunshine State, and we have some calls to make on that. I want to put this up here. This is Florida Amendment 3, Austin, to legalize marijuana in the state. 91% of estimated votes counted, and this fails. Austin, you see there.
You know, and this is fascinating, Andrew. Every time a statewide measure relating to abortion has been put to the states, every single time, and it looks like our graphic is having some trouble there. We will say that
have more votes,
not seeing exactly what we believe is happening there with that race.
What the fuck is going on with Florida?
If this measure were indeed to fail, we'd be talking about the first statewide abortion measure that would be shut down, and that would be notable. Every single time that this thing has been put to a state, the pro-abortion side has won out. Of course, the overturn of Roe is what returned the power of these types of decisions to each individual state. We will, of course, work to get that graphic updated. I think we had some other propositions to get to as well, Andrew.
Yes, Austin, of course, we're tracking Florida Amendment 4. Like you said, that's the abortion referendum there. But both, according to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, both of these ballot questions have failed there in the state of Florida. Austin, you noted the higher than usual threshold that was needed for these to pass here. Well, our colleague Christina Evans, she's tracking some of the reaction to the failure of some of these proposals on social media. Christina, what are they saying?
Absolutely, Andrew. You pointed it out. Yes, the Florida Governor, Ron DeSantis, was one of the first people to come out and say that both of these amendments had failed when we're talking about marijuana and abortion as well. Taking a look here inside of our social studio, I want to pull up for you some of the tweets that we have been monitoring right now. Here's a look at that tweet from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He says, with the polls now closed in Florida, Amendment 3 has failed. Amendment 4 has failed as
All right. Let's see if we can find any interesting social media posts that's going on related to the election here. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Alright, so it looks like we got Trump wins Kansas. Trump wins North Dakota. Trump wins South Dakota. Trump wins Louisiana. Today is our last chance. Let's start this over.
Insiders who raided our factories.
All right, sorry about that. Let's start this over.
8 years ago, one man had the courage to step forward, to take on the corrupt ruling class, to battle the Washington insiders who raided our factories, pried open our borders,
make sure you hit
and
that like
sent
button.
our best Americans to die in desert wars overseas. But the corrupt system fought back. They could never forgive him for taking away their power and giving it to you.
January 20th, 2017 will be remembered as the day the people became the rulers of this nation again.
I gotta disconnect.
So they came after his family, his business, and his freedom. One hoax, one injustice after another. But Donald J. Trump pressed on because he wasn't fighting for himself. He was fighting for you.
They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I'm just standing in their way.
The Democrat Party tried to throw their opponent behind bars, but Donald Trump would not bow down to tyranny.
I will never quit, I will never bend, I will never break, I will never yield, not even in the face of death itself.
An assassin came within a centimeter of taking his life.
seeing Donald Trump get up after getting shot in the face, pump his fist in the air, is one of the most badass things I've ever seen in my life.
Weeks later, a hostile foreign regime, desperate to stop America's comeback, launched their own plot to assassinate President Trump. No American political leader has had to endure what he has endured. He did it for us, for our children, and for our freedom.
We stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We are going to redeem America's promise and unlock the extraordinary future that is just within our reach.
But now, he is counting on you to finish the job. Only you can ensure all of this struggle ends with our victory. He took a bullet for you. Now, we need you to vote for him, because only you can decide how this journey ends.
Together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again.
We'll just pause right there. That's what we're going for. All right, so Polk County, Oregon drop off their ballots on election day.
This is the winner.
Why's he got flashing headlights? She got a cop behind her? Getting pulled over in the election line? Oh, yeah. All right. Andrew Wilco, David Webb. Yeah, those guys have good shows on Sirius XM. South Dakota. Donald Trump wins South Dakota. Let's go. Let's take a look at our map here. Oh. Here we go. 154 to 30. This has 194 to 95. Yeah, and 194, 95. See, these two seem to be in line here. And we're not even going to look at the other one. Popular vote. Bing doesn't seem to ping in the right direction. I don't know. We got Colorado coming in, leaning towards Kamala Harris. Leaning my ass. Kamala Harris, 78.6%. My advice to you, if you live in Colorado, get out now before it turns into the next third world country. Get out now. Same goes for, well, look, Michigan. See, Michigan, Kamala has a lead. Slightly, you know, it's a 9-point lead. Pennsylvania. Yeah, I'd probably get out of Pennsylvania. New York, 0% reporting Kamala Harris wins. New Hampshire was close, but they got Harris winning. Yeah, I'd say a 9 and 10-point lead. Those, you know, pretty much a shoe-in. Georgia's still on the line. We got Georgia 52.4% going to Donald Trump and 47% Kamala Harris. So if we come down here to our president's chance of win, we're still looking good. We're pushing, you know, I mean, we're over 70%. Over 70% chance for Trump to take the presidency. So, let's go back over here.
Signing his Senate seat there. All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. We are in a new hour. We want to get in more of these presidential race calls, especially here. And we have a lot of them to make now that we are 10 minutes removed from this new hour. And let's take them here. So going now there to Wyoming. Wyoming's 3 electoral votes. Going to Donald Trump there, you can see with only around 2% of estimated votes counted, Trump besting Harris there right now, at least. They're 3-1. So
they're going to be reliably red. They're going to be dominated, really, by Republican voters. We see Texas going red, Oklahoma, Georgia, and let me just say that none of the battleground states have been called so far. Let's talk about Nebraska, because Nebraska is interesting. It's these little tiny dots here off to the corner. You see Nebraska has District 1, 2, and 3. Maine has a similar dynamic where their electoral votes, 2 of them go to the state at large, and then both of their congressional districts each get 1 congressional vote each. So those 2 states, they operate a little bit differently than the rest of them. Ohio going red, and let's zoom in here, because Ohio's interesting, Andrew. I mean, we've been following elections.
This is my first
Ohio used to be that prototypical swing state. Not anymore. Look at the results.
Usually
the
I'm doing
AP,
gaming
with just over 50% of the vote tallied, says that Trump's going to take this state with about a 9-point.
Oh, I don't know what the fuck was going on there. That was crazy. How about that? Maybe that helps.
Sherrod Brown right now, but you see the difference. There's a lot less room between these two candidates than there was between Harris and Trump. Trump had a much more commanding lead at this point compared to Moreno over Sherrod Brown. This is one of those Senate seats that will decide the balance of power in the upper chamber of the House. You see there that over 1.5 million votes have been cast for Bernie Moreno, just under 1.5 million votes so far have been cast for Sherrod Brown. As I've been mentioning, both parties have been sweating this race out. A lot of money has been pouring into this race. I'm curious to see if this is the last true example of Ohio being a battleground. It certainly looks like this race is a tight one, Andrew.
Yeah, that's right. So many resources put into the Senate race there in Ohio by Republicans and Democrats alike. And to your point,
well, unfortunately,
yes,
there's not much I can do about it.
For Donald Trump. So we just brought you a lot of race calls for Trump. We do have a race call as well.
I don't know what else to do other than...
State, that's the Empire State.
I mean, literally, I have to have the microphone like right here. I need a microphone stand for that.
There. The Associated Press calling New York
for now,
for Harris. So
this is
we
what you
want
have
to bring
to deal
into the
with,
conversation as well. Tom LoBianco at 24.
Because I know this sounds better.
Tom,
if I'm not
bear with us here. We have a lot of live events going on right now. Let's stay in New York right now. Democratic Senator out of New York, Kirsten Gillibrand. She's speaking there at her watch party. Let's listen.
With our Cyber Academy, so kids can actually go to college free in exchange for public service as our cyber defenders. That will help us keep our country safer. So we have a lot of work to do, but one of the issues that I think people in New York feel most passionate about is guaranteeing women equality in this country. Making sure that we have our civil liberties and civil rights, making sure that we get to make those life and death decisions over our bodies, when we're having children, under what circumstances. We have to guarantee an Equal Rights Amendment in New York State. I hope everybody will vote yes on Prop 1. Get the ERA added to our U.S. Constitution as well. So,
Nebraska's going for Harris.
Congress, we need a national paid leave policy. We need to make sure that families don't have to make these tough decisions about caring for a child or a loved one and bringing home a paycheck. We have to make sure we keep supporting our workers, strengthening our abilities to join unions, to collectively bargain for wages and benefits. Yeah. We have to expand access to health care and keep bringing down the cost of medicine.
No, it's not.
And last but not least, I will fight against the politics of hate and division in this country.
Only a couple districts. They already called it for Donald Trump.
It's unsafe being on a college campus because of anti-Semitism. Any kind of bigotry of any kind. We have to, as a nation, figure out who we are. We are a country that used to love one another, that used to care about our neighbors, that treated others the way we wanted to be treated. We have to focus on all that is noble, all that is right, all that is pure and admirable, and we have to lift that up into our national dialogue.
Yeah. I know. No, I just probably need to hold it or something. I don't know.
Congress to pass this agenda.
I have to find a
cheap
microphone stand. That's all.
We are going to have a majority in the U.S. Congress, and we are going to elect our new speaker as Hakeem Jeffries.
Oh no, we're not going to have no Hakeem Jeffries. I tell you that.
The campaign that the governor and I, Hakeem, worked on is extraordinary. We were able to work with Chairman Jacobs to build
we got a big boo-boo. Fuck Hakeem Jeffries.
Ever been seen in New York State, and I'd argue anywhere in the country. We have 40 offices across these battleground districts.
She's making promises she can't even make. I mean, how does she know they're even going to have the power to, elect Hakeem Jeffries as the House Speaker?
To voters. So I'm going to tell you tonight, we are going to see victories up and down the Hudson Valley, all across Long Island, in Syracuse. We are going to flip the House of Representatives right here in New York State.
All right, Senator Gillibrand there at her victory watch party. I want to put up the results there for Gillibrand. Quite an easy go at it against a Republican challenger there. This wasn't necessarily one of those competitive races, but also we just brought you.
All right, so Texas has been called. Donald Trump wins Texas. That's 40 electoral votes. 40. Donald Trump wins. Let's see what our electoral map looks like here. They're talking, yeah, see, Ohio, Trump has already been called. Ohio, Trump wins. So they're looking at the Senate race right now for Ohio because the Senate race, Bernie Moreno has the lead here. So this is the most expensive Senate race in U.S. history, the Ohio U.S. Senate race of 2024. Most expensive. They have spent more money than anyone on this campaign between these two people. And Bernie Moreno looks like he's got a pretty good lead. Yeah, so it says, the Washington Post notes that no Democratic Senate candidate has ever won a state Trump carried when Trump was on the ballot. So they called this for Trump in Ohio. Trump's going to get this, Bernie Moreno is going to be the Senate for Ohio. All right, we're going to go to a little listen in right here.
Across this state, Debbie and Cornelius, who tragically lost her son to fentanyl and is fighting to protect other families from that same fate. Lauren, a teacher in Greenville,
Frog
who
Camper,
digs
welcome,
into her
welcome.
own pocket
Welcome
to buy
to
school supplies for her
stream.
students to give them a better chance. I want to thank everyone I have met along the way for sharing your stories with me. And to the thousands and thousands of people from every corner of this state who helped to build this campaign, I am forever grateful for your support. Thank you for believing in the promise of North Carolina. And if I didn't earn your vote in this election, I hope to earn your trust by working hard for you as your governor. I pledge to listen and work across party lines to do what's right for North Carolina because no person or party has a monopoly on good ideas.
Well, that's an idea I can get behind, but let's see if he means what he says.
Alec, young people on my campaign, thank you for the long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work. And thank you for the laughter along the way.
Is it just me, or does this guy seem like he has the fakest smile you've ever seen in your life?
also want to thank Governor Cooper. Let's give that man the hand that he deserves. Roy Cooper has led our state with a...
I want to take this time to thank everybody watching and remind you to hit the like and subscribe button if you possibly could. It does me wonders.
Roy, I could not be more grateful for your service and your friendship, and do not even think about changing your cell phone number on me. My parents, Adam and Jane, raised my brother Eric and my sister Gerda to try to do what is right, just like they did. It's truly one of the best gifts that parents can give to their children.
All right, so we don't want to hear that guy's life story, do we? I didn't think so. Ohio. Donald Trump won Ohio. Let's go. And they're not calling that on NBC. They are, in fact, on Decision Desk, though. Looks like Wisconsin is actually leaning towards Donald Trump. We got a sizable lead in Wisconsin right now. It's only 6% estimated reporting at the time. Let's see what 270 to win has here. Yep, they got 6% reporting. Donald Trump still in the lead, 57-41. They just haven't turned it red yet on this map. Looks like Kamala might get Iowa. Let's see what other live we can get here going on. So while I look for something, I just want to say, you know, it's kind of important that everybody goes out and votes, you know. If you haven't gone out and voted, if you still have an opportunity to go vote, go vote. If you have voted, you happen to be watching this stream right now, hit the like button. I don't care who you voted for, as long as you voted. You know what I mean? That's what it's all about. The people need the power to put the people in place to run this country effectively. And we've seen what Donald Trump can do. We've seen what Kamala Harris can do. And you can make a choice for yourself. It's quite simple. It really is quite simple. You know, I guess it depends on what field you work, where you choose to get your money, or how you get your money, or how you choose to live. But, you know, I know for a lot of people, taxes, paychecks, gas prices, food prices, that's what matters. Rent, interest rates. I mean, You know, it's insane. It's insane right now that they are trying to put a capital gains tax on things that you have not collected yet. Gains you have not collected, and you know that would devastate. That would devastate the American economy by itself. Anyway, that's just my opinion. I don't know much about it. Don't take that to the bank. Here we go. We got a couple live looks over here. Trump campaign rally, Harris campaign rally, San Francisco voting. It is still over here on the West Coast, 6:31. Donald Trump's in the lead. 178 to 99. California is going to be big. You know, the whole West Coast over here, when it closes, that's going to be a big push towards the Democratic side as well. So, you know, I'm expecting to see a pretty close race, actually, at the end. There's a lot of power over here on the West Coast for the Democrats. A lot of power. Yo, Darkest Fear, what's going on? That's right. Trump 2024. Let's go. Hey, Chappie, I appreciate you. What's going on, my man? Sincerely hope your country votes in the right person or you're fucked. Yeah, you're right, buddy. We are fucked. We are absolutely fucked. Yeah, well, you know, interesting stuff I learned and stuff that's been going around is, you know, Trump is Obama's cousin, right? Like, and Bush is their cousin, and everybody's related, and it all goes back all the way back to, you know, Great Britain and stuff like that. And basically, the people that's in power for you is the same family that's in power for us. And I never really connected it really in that aspect until recently. It's a pretty interesting fact there. So, you know, I'm kind of hoping, I hope we do the right thing, man. Yeah, we are your descendants, but, you know, we also have this idea of being free from Great Britain, you know what I'm saying? But it's still the same families in power, that's my point. We are your daddy. I love you, chaps. How you been, my man? How you been doing? Good to see you. You can obviously see where I'm at, you know what I mean? Like, you tried any Black Ops 6 yet? I've been doing good. I got custody of my daughter and brought her back home to Oregon here, and things are doing good, man. Yeah, things are going good. I'm still on workman's comp. Ruptured bicep, my right arm, you know, I'm right arm dominated. Going to be doing something about that. I got an MRI tomorrow, talking to a lawyer, stuff like that, you know. So, just business as usual. First things first, we need to talk about the president. No, it's all good news over here, though, chaps. I hope things are going good for you, too, bro. Why are you refusing to play Black Ops 6? I've been playing it, and honestly, as far as like multiplayer goes and all that, I honestly am enjoying it. Oh, Mom, what you doing in here? Welcome. Here we go. Whoop.
Declared Donald Trump the winner of 2 states, Ohio
We're gonna
and
listen
Texas. And an update in the U.S. Senate contest this evening. The AP has declared Democrat Angela Alsobrooks as winner of the U.S. Senate contest in the state of Maryland. Back to the presidential race, again, a reminder of this live voting map that's next to me. These states lighting up in red for Republican Donald Trump and blue for Democrat Kamala Harris. With me to dive into all of these race calls and some other updates from this election night is Sagar Meghani. Sagar, hello.
We've reached the point where the news is coming fast and furious.
It is. So these presidential race calls that we've made, are these surprises? What's the top line from Ohio and Texas?
Yeah, I feel like we've said this a lot, but not surprises. These are races that are going the way everyone expected them to go.
Yeah, Chappie, I don't know. You need to hop on with me. If you got, I don't know. If you get Black Ops 6, hop on with me. I haven't explored zombies a bunch yet.
Okay. What about
I've been enjoying multiplayer.
That we're seeing on the ballot?
I don't know about Warzone yet. I don't know how that integration is going to go, but honestly, I'm going to tell you right now,
I understand there are some
I've been enjoying
as well.
In
multiplayer.
the 2 years since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, abortion opponents had been 7 for 7 in statewide votes about constitutional amendments. Florida has broken that string. It has rejected a constitutional amendment that would have protected abortion, but abortion opponents have won 2 more races today in New York and in Maryland. Those 2 states have now enshrined the right to abortion in their constitutions.
Speaking of Maryland, this Senate contest with Angela Alsobrooks defeating former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. How big of a contest has this been? I feel like every time I'm here in Washington, I've seen so many ads related to this race. What's your takeaway on this?
I live in Maryland. The ads have been everywhere. The signs have been everywhere. Ben Cardin is retiring as a Democrat. Democrats desperately needed to keep this seat. Larry Hogan, the Republican governor, mounted a big challenge, but Angela Alsobrooks now keeps the Senate at 50-50 because earlier in West Virginia, Governor Jim Justice won his Senate race. It was a 51-49 Senate for Democrats, evenly split now. Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Montana have furiously contested races still going, so control of the Senate hangs in the balance tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We'll be back with more soon. Coming up at the top of the next hour, we will have polls closing in an additional 3 states, Montana, Utah, and Nevada. That'll be a total of 16 electoral votes and will make Nevada the last of those presidential battlegrounds to wrap up their voting.
All right, so, well, things are looking good. Things are looking good. I guess right now I got to give credit to the Associated Press. That's who we're watching right now. That way I don't get a copyright strike. Let's see what we got live coming up now. We got a Democrat in Maryland. Harris wins Colorado. No big surprise there. Camirado. Free man. Anyway. Oh, wait, I should look up here. Free man, Camirado. Hey. Donald Trump projected to win North Carolina. Ted Cruz wins re-election for Texas Senate. And that is good for Bitcoin. They want to mine Bitcoin in Texas. I assume, and mind you, this is just an assumption. Yeah, chaps, sorry about that, man. 70 every year for a call. Yeah, I know, man. I know. I didn't buy Vanguard. I'm glad. Crap guard. Let's see. Start with, look like it would be whitewash. Yeah, I'm in Oregon, so they want to start mining Bitcoin in Texas, and I assume they're going to use the help of Elon Musk. So that's kind of big news. Big news for Texas. That's going to be good for their economy. That's going to be overwhelming for their economy. With all the oil, they're going to start drilling as well, and natural gas. So Texas is going to become a powerhouse in the U.S. economy, up and coming. So invest in Texas. Not financial advice. Data doesn't lie. Yeah. Let's take a look at the market. Look at that. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. This is happening as Trump is projected to win the presidency. Crypto friendly. Look at it go. All right, let's take a look at the SPX. S&P 500. Look at what's going on here. That's today. That is today. What happened with your budget, chaps? I mean, we can look at, here's the US dollar versus the euro, right? So the euro and the US dollar. So it looks like the euro lost a bunch of value today. Is that what you're looking at? Because this is a euro, and I see that. What happened? Let's check it out. Well, the dollar climbed, so you U.S. stock futures and the dollar climbed in Asia on Wednesday. That's Asia. So Treasury yields climbed as some betting sites swung to favor Trump, while futures markets were still confident the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates by 25 basis points on Thursday. So if they don't make those cuts, you can expect our market to go down on Thursday. So watch out for that. Not financial advice. I just have to repeat that. Watch out for that. So, yeah, this is the euro versus the dollar there, chaps. Yeah, fuck the euro. That's what I say. So, S&P 500, man, this thing has been doing nothing but climbing all day. And if you look here where it had its biggest spike, I mean, we were kind of at a high, right? And it never really dropped from there. With the RSI, Relative Strength Index, there's not a lot of liquidity underneath here, which means, we're on solid ground here with the SPX. So S&P 500 actually doing very, very well with the news of Donald Trump. Let's take a look at gold right now. Gold. We were damn near pushing $2,800. RSI right now looks like gold might be, we've been fluctuating to the upside, to the downside, to the upside, to the downside. A little unsure what to do on the mining sectors. I personally foresee it going to the downside. It's going to lose value as we start to pull more out of the ground. So that would be my official statement on that. Once again, not financial advice. Anyway, back to the election. Looks like our percentage chance to win, 65%, 34%, Kamala Harris. That is actually down. We were at our highest point that I seen. We were sitting at 72%, close to 75%. We're down to 65% right now. As lots of these polls are closing, Donald Trump has surpassed 200 electoral votes. And is leading in the popular vote by nearly 20 million votes. So all we really have to watch out for at this point, I mean, they already called Colorado. It looks like they're going to call New Mexico pretty quickly. New Mexico is going to be blue. Iowa will be blue. Wisconsin. Here's one that showed red on another. So it looks like got 21% reporting in. Green Bay. Here's something you don't see very often. Green Bay, a major city in the United States, red. Brown County. That's something you don't see every day. Let's take a look at the numbers in Colorado. Looks like we don't have anything in from Colorado. El Paso County. They still project Kamala to win. I've never seen so much blue in Colorado, to be honest with you. Usually it's just Denver, Colorado Springs. There's a lot of blue there. A lot of blue going on in the mountains. On the western slope. Yeah, kind of crazy. Denver, big time blue. That's where majority of the vote is, I bet. Larimer County coming in with almost 100,000 votes for Kamala Harris. When Denver County actually only has 151,000 for Kamala Harris. Interesting. Park County, Jefferson County. Where's Boulder County? Boulder County. I used to live in Boulder County. I used to live in Jefferson County as well. Boulder County coming in with almost 100,000 votes for Kamala Harris. 23,000 for Donald Trump. Now, I have family out there. Family has told me that all around the college out there, CU and all that stuff, there's Donald Trump stuff everywhere. You don't see much Kamala Harris stuff. So this isn't shocking based on historical facts and statistics, but based on eyewitness, on-the-ground accounts, it's kind of shocking. So 60 more to win what? Oh, electorals. Yeah. They could be the people moving out of Cali. Yeah, possibly. You know, I mean, they kind of spread out everywhere, but really, chaps, what's going on is they had the open border. And so with the open border, what's happening is they bust these people, you know, to these democratic states that basically, you know, New York and New Hampshire, Vermont, Colorado, they bust them from Texas and Arizona to all these sanctuary states, they call them. So with the sanctuary state, they decide, oh, well, guess what? We don't have the money and we don't have the programs and everything to fund all these people. So they started shipping them all around the country, which guarantees a vote for the Democratic side all around the country with everyone they shipped everywhere that is undocumented. And majority of them go to Democratic states, but not all of them. See? Why does that country in Colorado look like a penis? Hold on. Let's go back. The county. Why does the county in Colorado look like a penis? I don't know. Summit County, it does. Chaps, what's wrong with you, man? What's wrong with you? Why are you pointing that out? Oh, brother. No, anyway, so here we go. You know, let's see. Yeah, we got 210, 105 over here. We got 185, 81 over here. I don't know why they're so far behind. Well, just live right now, they just called it Wyoming, Donald Trump. That's no surprise. No surprise at all. It's a big red state. But as far as live on NBC, they just called that right now. There was no question about Wyoming. Wyoming's going to Donald Trump, period. So let's take a look at Georgia. Georgia's like one of the ones we were very interested in here. Real close race. Donald Trump has the lead. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 counties still to report. We got 79% of the vote in. But here's the thing. I expect that, I'll get to your question in just a second there, chaps, or your comment there. I expect that we're not going to get the final numbers from Georgia until tomorrow. Just with everything that happened historically over the past 2 elections with Georgia, I really honestly don't think we're going to see solid guaranteed numbers until tomorrow. So, anyway, which amendment is it I have to swear? What do you mean? What do you mean by that, chaps? You have to swear what? Like, I don't know. We got like our First Amendment, First Amendment's a freedom of speech, which is what I'm doing right now. We also have, no. That's plead the fifth, right? You have the right to remain silent. You don't have to incriminate yourself. You do have you can plead the Fifth Amendment, which means you're not going to answer anything. Yeah. All right. Well, do they have the equivalent to that in the UK or what? Tell me that. Or in Britain or wherever. Where are you at specifically, chaps? Are you like in England or you in the UK, but I know you're in Portland somewhere, but you live close to the coast and all that stuff. South coast of England. All right, yeah, cool. And you guys are still under the king's rule though, right? But then your prime minister is more like a what is he? Like a governor of like the states? Is that how that works? Let's take a look here. So do you elect the prime minister? Okay, so King runs like the country, right? Like he makes sure everybody has what they need, but then you guys elect the prime minister, which basically is whoever's in charge of how they're going to run your daily life. All right, let's see. All right, well, silver took a shit. Look at that. Ethereum and Bitcoin just still off to the moon. I just have to check this real quick. I'm in it to win it, boys. I'm in it to win it. Prime Minister got in with basically like 5% vote. 18% of the country. My man. Well, Hey, you know what? We're up $53 right now. We're gonna close our positions. We'll take that. We'll take that win. $53 win. Close our positions. Bam. How about that? Let's see where we're at. Gold is actually going down right now, so gold might be a good buy-in, right? We've been looking at gold. We've been looking at oil. I think oil is going down, though, still. Oil's going down. So let's see what a short contract would cost. Short contract, $98.99. Buy a long, $85.04. See what we look like here? I don't know. I don't know. See, that's dangerous territory right there. Dangerous. Too dangerous for me. So, I did see one of the polls earlier, one of the election results earlier, where there was a ballot measure in one of the states for legalizing marijuana, chaps. And what happened was, I seen 44% of the vote said no. And the rest of the vote, the 50-something%, said yes. And the no was checkmarked. So, I still can't explain that one. I don't understand how that works, but it kind of sounds like what you guys got going over there. Yeah, I'm seeing this gold contract. $141 to buy a long on a gold contract. I think we're going to get two of them. I got 428 available. We'll spend 282. Oh. Wait a minute now. You gotta throw a limit on it. $2744.0. 2744.0. All right, so we got our order in for that. Let's see. Bitcoin over 73,000. What we got is a political party breaking down their election pledges to the country and doing what they want, acting like a dictatorship. Well, that's kind of what America's doing as well, my friend. That's kind of the same thing. You know, basically with us, it boils down to the president can promise whatever the hell he wants, right? The president can promise whatever the hell he wants. But if it doesn't go through Congress, if it doesn't go through the right channels, if it doesn't get passed by the people and the vote, and you know what I mean? Like, unless there's some backdoor shit going on and there's some, like, people getting paid and, like, you know, executive orders being made and all that kind of shit. Like, it takes forever for it to get through government. And unless people agree, and usually there's, you know, if they agree on one thing, then they're going to throw in some other shit nobody else agrees on, but that's how they got to get it done. So, you know, there's a lot of give and take over here in politics. And I think a lot of it is actually kind of stupid, because if we have a bill, let's say on closing the border, right? We had a bill on closing the border, and what did they want to do? They want to write in money for Ukraine, money for the war, you know what I mean? And lots of other stuff. I'm just using that as an example so I don't, you know, go too far on YouTube here, but so what they do is they try to write all this other stuff, and then they're like, oh, you know, we had a bill for the border, and it's like, yeah, but the rest of us are not going to sign off on all this money you want to send overseas to these other countries when we're already at record high inflation, record high debt. You know what I mean? It basically doesn't make any sense for us. Nobody's going to sign off on this. So what did they do? They do an executive order, right? They just bypass Congress, right? And that's a problem. We got a political party breaking their election pledges to the country and doing what they want. Okay, acting like this. This is our government. Has 170. Yeah, see, and that's the problem here too. Is if like, for example, we give the Democrats the House and the Senate, it doesn't matter who the president is, right? At that point, because the House and the Senate can write rules. The president just has to sign off on certain things, not everything, right? And then so if the House of Representatives controls the money for the United States, so basically they can just write checks to whoever they want. And if that's controlled by the Democrats, then they can write checks to people overseas or whatever, fund both sides of wars as they've been doing. I mean, there's lots of different aspects of things that happen, but no proof, I guess. So, like the $2 billion that went missing when Obama sent money over to Afghanistan, for example. So, I mean, crypto in general looks like it's really enjoying this. The S&P 500 is pushing $6,000. I mean, we're 58.67 right now. Everybody's betting on a Trump win. This is absolutely insane. Look at this. Look at this. Live, just going up. Bang, bang, bang. What's oil doing? Going down, down. Hey. The euro going down, down, down. I wish I could find another place to buy in. I should have never sold out, but, you know. You got to take your profit sometime. It's not real profit in either way, but. Let's take a look at our map. All right, we got Montana, North Dakota, Wyoming, Utah, South Dakota, all confirmed Donald Trump. Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Tennessee, Kentucky. All right, we're back up to, we were at 70%. Man, I touched it and it went differently. So we still got a 68.7% chance of Donald Trump winning the presidency. 31.3% Kamala Harris. Let's take a live look at the Associated Press. And this is what's going on at both campaign rallies. Harris has her people outside in the cold in the Northeast of the United States in November. Keep that in mind. She's going to keep us all out in the cold. Because they don't care. She's going to be inside nice and warm, waiting just to go outside, give a speech, and then go back inside and have a vodka and party it up with the Hollywood elite. Oregon is leaning red. Wow. Let's take a bigger look at that, actually. Let's take a bigger look at that. Oregon is leaning red. Well, looks like let's see, shut down here right now. We'll shut that down. Bang, bang. Oh, we got a live listen in here.
Map here, you see those states coloring in as red as wins for Donald Trump. At this hour, polls have officially closed in all 7 of the battleground states, with voting coming to an end in Nevada. Polls are also closing now in Montana and Utah. Joining me, as he is all night, is Sagar Meghani. Sagar, these presidential race calls, are there surprises in here, or are these still kind of expected?
And all that kind of stuff over to whoever the next president will be.
These are essentially playing out as
there will be a period of transition where Trump will, or whoever, Kamala, I'm just going to say Trump because, you know, the power of persuasion. But
for the last 50 years, all
whoever's the president will,
in summary, no.
basically
this is
assume duties in a
expected.
shadow role
What we still don't
until
know is what those unpredictable 7 are going
January
to do, those 7
20th.
key battleground states.
One of the states where voting is now closing is Montana, and that is one of those Senate contests that we are watching closely tonight. Tell us a little bit about what's going on there.
That's where Jon Tester is the incumbent Democrat and is one of the more vulnerable Democrats in a brutal cycle for the Democratic Party with so many seats to defend against this GOP onslaught, and Tester could be one of the ones that is not able to hang on to his seat, but that has not been called yet. We have an evenly split Senate right now, and what happens in the Senate and the House combined with the White House is going to go a very long way towards seeing how the country is governed from here on out.
Definitely. Thank you for that. Just as a reminder to all of you, at the top of that live voting map next to me, you can keep track of the electoral votes as they come in with AP race calls for each of the candidates. At this hour, there are 198 electoral votes for Donald Trump and 99 for Kamala Harris. We'll be back with more AP race calls and updates. We'll leave you now with these pictures of live vote counting as they come into us from Denver, Colorado. Back in a moment.
All right. We got some live vote counting from Denver, Colorado. Freeman, you ought to be interested in that. Interesting to note that everyone there, the election officials, are wearing green. You can take that as a sign of independence or a sign of the legalization of the marijuana in Denver, Colorado. I'm just fucking around. Well, chaps, they can actually. Well, excuse me. Truth is, they've been fucking us for 3.5, 4 years now, right? So, and then honestly, during Trump's whole presidency, they kept him in court with the Senate and impeachment trials with the House and all that shit. And, you know, they had COVID and all that shit too. So, you know, they've been tearing us down for years, if you want my opinion. That's my opinion. Don't take that to the bank, but that's my opinion. They've been tearing us down for years, just trying to get their way. They want their way, and then if they don't get it, they kick and scream and fight, and they'll do anything dirty and underhanded to make sure they get it. Just like a spoiled brat does. And most of these people are rich, spoiled fucking brats, right? That's why they hang out with the Hollywood elite. That's why they hang out with Oprah. You know? And why all the major news networks, you know, lean in their direction. I'm glad to hear, I did hear that the FCC had said that NBC or whoever does Saturday Night Live, Kamala Harris went on there. So Trump got a spot of his choosing, and he chose during Sunday Night Football. He had a ad as long as Kamala Harris's little skit or whatever on Saturday Night Live. So he got to do that during a football game, which was pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Unheard of, actually. And those ads cost a lot of money. During a football game, those ads cost a lot of money. Well, we got Donald Trump over the 200 mark, 226. Kamala Harris, 108. The race is only to 270, folks. 270. That's it. We're past 2/3 of the way there. We still got Idaho. Idaho, that's only 4 delegates, but that's guaranteed red, right? So we got another 4 there. So you might as well count us 230. Nevada, that's the last toss-up state. And Arizona, Nevada, and Arizona. Arizona's a big one, though. Arizona, we need Arizona. That's 11. There's no way we're going to get all of California. There's no way. Let's take a look at California. It's not going to give us any data right now. Thing about that, I don't know. I don't know if California has like split delegates, or if just all the delegates go. Oh no, split votes over here: Maryland, New Hampshire. New Hampshire, we got 3 Donald Trump. Oh wait, that's Nebraska. 3 Donald Trump, 2 undecided yet? As far as delegates go? Arizona currently leaning left. As Donald Trump, the percentage chance of win goes down as Arizona leans left. Arizona's a big deal. Let's not get that twisted. Don't forget, Arizona, if you happen to be watching or stumble across this video, go vote. What's the percentage here? 33% counted. And mostly all Phoenix. So Maricopa County, that is not a big surprise that happened to turn blue. Not a big surprise. So we're actually looking for more of Tucson and the rest of the state there. Possibly not Flagstaff, but that's what we're looking for there. Let's see here. What else we got to look at? I shouldn't be looking at that. You can't look at ads while I'm streaming on YouTube and they give you other ads to look at. It's against the rules. All right, let's take a look here. We got Ted Cruz talking live.
Tax a price on the family. And I want to say I am so grateful for their love and support, and you guys are amazing. Thank you. I also want to give a special shout out to Alexis Nungri. Alexis, thank you for your incredible courage speaking out for your precious Jocelyn, and your courage has made such a profound difference in this nation. we're going to. I also want to thank all the Democrats across Texas
they are
who
planning
crossed
on
over and
using
supported my campaign.
Texas taxpayer funds to build the wall without the federal government. That's what's going on
Including
in
especially
Texas, and why
Harris
Ted
County
Cruz
District Attorney Kim
is so
Ogg.
important to that happening.
Who has stood strong for prosecuting violent criminals. And I want to thank every Texan across our great state who has stood with us in this fight, who worked and who fought for Texas. I want to congratulate Colin Allred on a hard-fought campaign. And I want to say to all of those who didn't support me, you have my word that I will fight for you, for your jobs, for your safety, and for your constitutional rights. But tonight, the people of Texas have spoken. And their message rings clear as a bell across our great state. Texas will remain Texas. You know, the media were ready to write off Texas. And Chuck Schumer poured in more than $100 million to our state.
Fuck Chuck Schumer.
Well, I want to say thank you, Chuck. And I hope we win a few more Senate seats tonight because you wasted so much money in Texas.
Let's go. Let's check out the Senate race. All right. Senate race looking good. 37-47. We got a 10-point lead. 10-seat lead. So there's still 16 seats up for grabs. What is it? 50, 52, or 53 is the midpoint? Oh, 50. 50. Yep, we got 16 remaining. Oregon will probably go to Democrat, so we can count that off. So Idaho, that's going to go to Republican. Colorado go to a Democrat. South Dakota, Republican. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know. If we win 10 seats, I mean, we got major control in the Senate. Let's check out the race for the House. We still have 162 seats up for grabs. 162 seats up for grabs. Apparently, the Associated Press has not called the race for Ted Cruz, but other people have. So we do not know 100% that that is what's guaranteed. Oh, we got a good opportunity right here. Go ahead and throw in on our Ethereum buy again and our Bitcoin buy again. We're bouncing off of the SMA. We're going to go ahead and take a bite of that, see what happens. Trump gets Montana's 4 electoral votes. Downing retains the House seat there. Oh, the race to replace Mitt Romney. John Curtis wins. The race to replace Mitt
his
Romney.
Democratic challenger there as well. So, wanted to make sure we got some of those race.
Hey, you know what? John Curtis, don't be another Mitt Romney. Don't be another seat switcher. Maryland looking like it's turning red. Maryland. 6% reported. Still looks like Arizona. Kamala's hanging on to a very small lead in Arizona. Trump's chances of winning are going back closer to 70%. Yeah, Tucson, we didn't get. Well, we're basically waiting on Nevada and Arizona. Nevada and Arizona, big deal. We know Idaho. We know Washington, Oregon, California. Pittsburgh or Philadelphia is leaning red. He's got about a 2% lead in Philadelphia. Or Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Sorry. Pennsylvania. So apparently that's Trump's easiest path to the White House is Pennsylvania right now. So he wins Pennsylvania. That's the easiest way he's going to win. And just over the last minute, he's gone from 69% chance of winning, 72% chance of winning. Let's take a look at what's going on here in the market. A lot of profit taken. I mean, S&P 500 is still going up. Market's loving this. Market is loving it. Look at all the profit taken. There's some profit taken there, liquidity grab, this and that. We are overextended. Definitely overextended. I'd see a little bit of a liquidity grab here, and then we're going to push back up to the upside. Just like is what's going on with the S&P 500. Yeah, we're going to have to go ahead and close this position there. Don't know what gold and silver is going to do. It looks like it's going to go down. So. 55% of the votes have been counted in Pennsylvania. And Trump has under a 3-point lead in Pennsylvania right now. Senate race in Pennsylvania looks like it's actually going to go Democratic. So we might get the president, but the Senate will go Democrat, and looks like we're going to get Attorney General in Philadelphia as well. Or Pennsylvania. Trump 242. Trump 242. And on 270, it's got 226. Yeah, it doesn't look like NBC News is keeping up very well with what's going on here. Maybe they're waiting for actual... This might be what's actually confirmed. Confirmed votes. So Nevada's closed. Nevada is closed, so... Trump's leading in Maryland pretty good. Nearly done, yeah. Chaps, I don't think we're going to actually get the final result until tomorrow. Look at that. It looks like they did call Georgia. They called Georgia. Decision desk called Georgia. Donald Trump wins Georgia. So that is a major battleground state right there. We got South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Florida, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, Utah. New Mexico is leaning to the red. Now, let's remember, just about a half hour ago, 45 minutes ago, New Mexico was leaning blue. And then everybody got off work over there, and the votes started coming in. Now we have Donald Trump in the lead. He's only got a 2% lead. 2% lead in New Mexico. So we got Arizona over here. Kamala Harris has a less than 1% lead. Oh, no, 1.2% lead, excuse me. 1.2% lead, but Arizona, the votes are going to be coming in just like New Mexico. I think Arizona will turn red. I am not 100% sure on that, but I think Arizona will turn red. Nebraska looks like it's still got 2 districts undecided, or 2 electorals undecided. I don't quite understand that. Let's see what Politico has to say. Yeah, chaps, me too. As long as he gets 270, I am happy as can be. So, Politico is not updating this the way it's already been announced here. As they start to fill out the NBC one, they haven't even put Kamala Harris over 100 yet. Harris has 108 according to 270 to win, and 108 according to Decision Desk. So Trump's at 242. He's got the popular vote right now by 5 million votes. 5 million votes. All right, well, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break here in just a second. Let me see if I can find you something to watch here for just a second. Let's take a look at what Sky News Australia has to say about the U.S. election. How about that? We don't want to watch ads, though. We can't do that on YouTube. We can't do that. All right, so let's take a look at what Sky News Australia has to say while I take a quick bathroom break. I will leave you guys with that.
I think a lot of it is we're a border state, and we have a completely open border right now, and they're bringing in drugs, they're bringing in crime, you know, and it's bad. It's bad for Arizona. It's making our costs go up. We're having to pay more for hospitals, pay more for schools, and, you know, people that came here legally, they're you know, they feel upset about it too because they came in the right way, you know, and I, for example, cannot move to London and just live there because I want to live there. I would have to go through the process to get there. So I think everybody should have to do that as well. So.
What do you think about the way Donald Trump sometimes talks about immigration? We had the Ohio eating cats and dogs, and I know that the policy itself is quite hardline, bringing in a National Guard and whatnot. How do you guys feel about the rhetoric?
So as far as the Ohio thing went, they did have a lady on video that was eating pets. It was proven. Yeah. I can't say that all of them were doing it, but as Ingrid said, you know, we want them to come in legally. We have no problem if they come in legally. Yeah. Just come here legally. Do it the right way. Do the process. It's that simple.
It's a law. You know, we follow the law. We follow the rules of our country, you know, and that's what, you know, we ask everybody to do. So, you know.
Lastly, the sense I get, having spoken to people on both sides, is that positions are really firmly entrenched. If Donald Trump wins, your preferred candidate, can America heal? Can America start to repair those divisions? Do you truly believe you can?
Yes, I truly believe that we can. You know, we have Democrats that are now supporting the Republicans. Robert Kennedy, he came over. He's supporting the Republicans. You know, Tulsi Gabbard, she came over. She's supporting the Republicans. Elon Musk. Mm-hmm. He's supporting the Republicans. So to have major Democrats like that, especially Robert Kennedy, who his family has never been on the Republican side, ever, has now come over to the Republican side to support Trump. That speaks volumes.
Absolutely. I agree. 100%. So.
Well, thank you very much for that. So there you get the sense of the confidence that is filling some Republican supporters. here in Arizona, it will take a while for the votes to come back. They have already counted around 1 million early ballots, but they have also changed some of the rules around the ballot counting, particularly mail-in ballots. So it may take a while, but the sense here is that Donald Trump may carry this state, and if he does, it will be vital on the road to victory.
Shingi, thank you very much indeed. And we can project a win for Donald Trump in Nebraska. And he picks up, well, he gets 3 of the 5 electoral college votes that are available. It's one of only 2 states to have 1 vote assigned to each congressional district. And in fact, Omaha
I am back.
is the 2nd congressional district, which
here we go.
Could, we were told before this, go Democrat, but who knows, given what's going on. And it could give Harris a...
It should go. I mean,
it should.
Pretty solid.
They're calling it.
Democrat.
Well, they called it Obama-ha in 2000. Now they're calling it Kamala-ha.
Kamala-ha, the blue dot. District 1 and District 2 are still being counted, but there are 5 electoral college votes. But unlike most of the United States, where it's a winner-takes-all situation, so if a candidate wins the state, they bag all the electoral college votes for that state. That's not the case in Maine, up on the northeast coast, and it's not the case in Nebraska. And so if it comes down to a very tight race, then if Harris was to win Nebraska 2, then she would get 1 electoral college vote for that, which would mean that she'd get it.
Well, let's have a look at that road to 270. As we've been saying, that's the magic number, 270. We haven't actually called any of the battleground states as yet, but already you can see Donald Trump at 210 in his column and Kamala Harris 91. So that race for 270 continues, although none of the battleground states have been called as yet. Although, Mark, in the last hour or so, you were reporting what Reuters was saying. However, we are being very cautious at this stage because this is quite critical when you start to call these states one way or the other.
Yeah, Reuters have been reporting over the past hour or so that they are calling North Carolina for Donald Trump. We're not yet doing that ourselves, nor our colleagues at NBC. But obviously, North Carolina, a state that when Biden was the candidate against Trump, they'd written it off, the Democrats had. It became very much more in play, but it's not looking particularly good. I was speaking to some Democrats close to that, well, at the heart of the Harris campaign, deployed to North Carolina on the ground game, knocking on doors. And 4 days ago, they were telling me that they were really quite optimistic about how things were going, which I was surprised about. It didn't really tally with what we found when we were there a week ago, just outside Charlotte, in one of those suburban areas where both sides, the Democrats trying to hold on to, Trump trying to eke into. And it was clear to me there, everyone we spoke to, completely unscientific, but everyone we spoke to wanted to, except for one guy, in fact, was voting for Trump. Why? All of them. Economy, economy, economy.
Yeah, really interesting. And we will talk about the economy in a moment. It's difficult to know at this stage whether all of these polls that we have been seeing over the course of the last few months have actually managed to figure it out. Is it neck and neck? We just don't know because the battleground states haven't been called yet.
They look pretty good, actually. Again, this is when we started off the night, we said, the polls suggest it's an absolute dead heat. But they've been wrong the last 3 elections, if you like, and could they be wrong again this time? They look as though they got it pretty well right. Again, it's still early. Things could still develop. It's going to be close in the battleground states. Even if one or the other, Trump is more likely now to win all of them than Harris is. But they'll either be split, or even if Trump were to win all of them, it will be by a very small margin. So the polls this time basically got it right. It looks like they got the national popular vote right, which is going to be almost a tie, or maybe even a slight Trump advantage. So actually, the polls did make those adjustments.
Given they were spooked out by 2016
right.
and 2020. Well, let's learn a little bit more about these battleground states and go to Lewis now. Lewis.
Yes, Zelda, it's pretty small comfort, cold comfort, I would say, for the Democrats right now, looking across all of the battleground states. Let's look at Pennsylvania, which is, of course, the jewel. 60% of the vote now in. Donald Trump ahead by...
All right. check out the Associated Press. Just had me a homemade peanut butter cookie. Made with some can of butter. That was great. Absolutely wonderful. A little sticky in the mouth, though. Interesting to see here. Earlier, they had Oregon leaning red. Now, it's just not colored. Which kind of to me makes sense because our polls weren't closed until now, I believe. Let's see. No, our polls are still open. They probably are still open till 8:30. The Hill here has they had Harris winning and then all of a sudden they don't. All the way up until November 3rd, it looks like. So, yeah, I don't know. Take a look at the S&P 500. S&P 500 is just loving this. Absolutely loving this. So on my news, it's got Trump winning 207.91 at the moment. Well, we can take a look. Chaps, this is the thing. So we got 91 to 210 on this one. Here's Welcome to America, right? This is NBC News. 91 to 210. Then we switch over here. This is 270 to win. They got Harris 108 and Trump 242, which is the same thing you have over here on Decision Desk. Decision Desk is, to me, one of the most reputable ones we can take their word on. So Decision Desk here is what I'm going to go with Harris at 108, Donald Trump at 242. There are other things I see, yes. We could look over here and see different than what we're seeing here. This shows Arizona leaning blue. Associated Press actually shows Arizona leaning red. So, and they show 113, 210. So, either way you look at it, we're winning big time, but California has a lot of electoral votes. So, California is something to look out for. I mean, I know that they're going to go blue, but we can't get too comfortable in the win because Harris still has the entire West Coast when they close, going to surge the Democratic vote. Let's see here. So they have the sound on. I don't have the sound on because they're playing music and stuff like that, copyright music and stuff. But they only have the sound on for the Kamala Harris campaign. They do not have the Donald Trump campaign sound on. All right, so it looks like the polls in Nevada are closed. We got 5% of the vote in. Oh, 0% of the vote in. That doesn't make any sense. I could have swore it said 5% when I went over it. It's interesting. Oh boy. Donald Trump's chances of being president have jumped over 75%. 77.9% chance. Kamala Harris only has a 22.1% chance of winning the presidency of the United States at this point. At this point. This is coming to you by Decision Desk. Trump has the popular vote right now still by 5 million votes. So that seems to be pretty consistent. 5 million. All right, let's take a listen in here to Fox Live Now.
Control in the upper chamber at this point?
Not with the way this map is going. It's going to be very difficult, and I think you would need for the Senate candidates to really outperform Harris in state after state. My guess right now is 52, 53 Republican seats, and that's really what you want if you're the Republicans, because it's very hard to maintain a unified caucus in the House or the Senate. So you want that margin to be a couple points higher than just a 50-50 split with Vance casting a bunch of tie-breaking votes. So, you know, it's really early to tell with these Senate races, but I'm less confident in those than I am in Trump right now. But, you know, I really do think Trump is the rising tide that will lift some of these Senate candidates up.
Okay, so in the meantime, A.G. Gankarski with the New York Post, we're going to have to leave it at that. We do appreciate it. We are nearing the top of the hour. Austin Westfall here in the Live Now newsroom with me. But in the meantime, though, speaking of some of these Senate races, I want to put up some of the results. Let's go back to Virginia right now. Take a look at this. Democratic incumbent Tim Kaine there leading over his Republican challenger, Hung Cao. You see there. We also have Tim Kaine speaking live right now to his rally group of supporters. Let's listen.
Embody, and by the progress that you've demonstrated. So it's going to be a long
Hold
night.
on, I got to say this. Doesn't
We're
this
gonna have,
motherfucker look like
however
Archie Bunker?
all these results go
If you don't know
outside
who Archie
Virginia,
Bunker
we're going to have
is,
a lot of work to do.
look him
We're going
up.
to have a lot of work to do to promote more peace in the world. We're going to have a lot of work to do to create this economy that is not just for a few, but for the many, and expand healthcare options and protect reproductive freedom and fight gun violence and battle for a cleaner environment. And there's so much work to do. But we've shown in Virginia that if we
I got you,
link
chaps.
arms,
Hang on a second.
we can walk side by side. We can andar con la gente. We can walk side by side with people and make progress. So thank you so much for putting your faith in me. And you may or may not, over the course of the next 6 years, agree or disagree with this or that, but I won't embarrass you. I won't let you down. I won't cause you to lose a moment of sleep. And we will keep moving Virginia and this country forward. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And then watch TV very late, and we're gonna go win, right? We're gonna go win.
All right, you're just listening in there to Tim Kaine wrapping up some of the speaking to reporters. You can see there the 52-48 margin right now. Not officially called by the AP, but a happy crowd on the hand there in that state of Virginia. All right, we're following it all here on Live Now from Fox. A change of anchor. I'm Andy Mack now in the desk, supplanting Andrew Kraft after a great election night for him, covering all the latest. All right, let's continue on. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We have more polls closing here at the top of the hour as it gets closer to 8 o'clock Pacific time. We'll be right back.
Oh, shit. My mic was muted that whole time. I'm still new to this Streamlabs stuff, so my bad, people, my bad. Yep. Thank you, Chappie. Thank you. So, anyway, numbers speak for themselves. What I was saying right now here is Ricky Bobby, thank you. Go Trump. Yes. Yes, go Trump. The funny thing is we got numbers here, 108, 242. We got numbers over here, 91, 210. 108, 242. Then you go over here, we got 113, 210 on the Associated Press. So it's just interesting to see how we have such different numbers coming through, but no matter what, we have Donald Trump in the lead, so the numbers are good for Donald Trump. Nevada polls are closed, Arizona polls are closed, New Mexico polls are closed. New Mexico actually flipped back to leaning blue, while Arizona flipped to leaning red. So they've been playing flip-flop for a little while here. But if we take a closer look here, we got Arizona filling out. So we've got 54% of the vote reporting. At damn near a dead tie. So this could actually go to a recount. It's within that margin that it could go to a recount. I mean, they got a 0.2% margin there. So let's say, hypothetically, things stay the same. These people are going to recount the vote, and we're not going to know which way Arizona goes, possibly for a couple days to a week. Scary. Very scary. Pennsylvania still leaning towards Donald Trump. We got 65% reporting. Everything's looking good. Looking good. So we're just going to watch the map fill in tonight. And hope for the best, man. That's all we can do. That's all we can do. Take a look at the market again. S&P 500 is just on a rampage. Absolute rampage. Everybody right now is pricing in Donald Trump as president. Everyone in the economy, big names in the economy, everyone knows that this is the right move. So pricing in Donald Trump as United States president, number 47. Crypto-friendly President Donald Trump. Kamala was a little late to the party on this one. I think most of the crypto world is betting on Donald Trump as a president, and we're going to continue to see Ethereum, Bitcoin rise. Let's take a look at Solana as well. Solana on a tear. I love to see that. I do own Solana. Disclaimer: I do own Solana. Look at it. Look at it go. Look at it go. You know. I don't own a lot. I mean, I'm not rich or anything. I have very little money. But the little money I do have, I have placed in strategic places to try to get the best out of it. So right now, my Solana portfolio is looking pretty good. Bitcoin Cash. Bitcoin Cash. I'd love to see Bitcoin Cash hit about $900, maybe $1,000. I think that's possible in the next... I'm going to say 6 months. 6 months. So if you got some money, Bitcoin Cash. I don't know if I'd buy right now. Right now, everybody's on the hype of the election and everything. Right now, everything's at a high. I wouldn't buy. It's at a high. I wouldn't buy. That's advice, but not financial advice. Anyway, let's go back. Let's take a look at gold. Gold seems to be kind of just sitting still. Gold sitting still. I think there's only one way we can identify that as, we're going to start mining. Prices of gold and silver, everything else, coal's going to go down, oil, gas going down. Therefore, the stock's going to go down. It doesn't mean it's not valuable. It just means you got to know how to play the market. So, unfortunately, I don't know how to play the market. I'm still learning. Take a look here as California comes in fully blue with 0% reporting. We knew that was going to happen. California is a shoo-in for the Democrats no matter which way you look at it. But they have the highest tax rate and probably the highest property tax and probably the highest gas prices and probably the highest food taxes in America. I would say if they were second to anybody, it would be New York City. Thank God I don't live in one of them places. So Donald Trump's percentage chance of winning presidency is now over 80%. Right here, they have electoral votes at 286. No, that's projected. 246 to 162. So they put in Idaho. Idaho obviously was going to be red. We're over 80%, man. Chappie, thank you for being with us from across the pond, man. Love you very much. See, the thing is, California, 54 delegates, man. 54 delegates. They have 0% reporting. They probably gave all 54 delegates to Kamala Harris. That's huge, man. They shouldn't have that many. I don't give a shit how much land mass they have. Fuck that shit. How many does Texas have? What is it about? People? Is it about GDP? What is it about? Well, Texas has 40. Texas is a bigger state than California. I might be wrong about that, but that's what I think. That's my knowledge. But we got 78%. They called it for Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz called it earlier. They said he called it too early. It was unconfirmed. Well, it's confirmed now. We got that. Bing, bang, boom. Ted Cruz in Texas. Oregon. They got Oregon leaning right. Coming up now. They just put it on the map. Oregon leaning right. 66.8% Donald Trump and 31.3% Kamala Harris, but we only have one county, Douglas County, Oregon, reporting right now. And let me tell you, the only thing we have to watch out for is Portland, Salem, and Eugene. They have them on the map right there. I'll move the cursor. Portland, Salem, Eugene. That is what you have to watch out for. Those turn blue. The entire state turns blue. Kabang. Well, not the entire state. I mean, the rest of the state could be red. The entire rest of the state could be red. All three of those turn blue. It's over. That's it. And it looks like we are one of the states here in Oregon that did not take Robert F. Kennedy Jr. off of the ballot. So he has 1.2% of the vote here in Oregon. People that just choose not to vote for one of the other two candidates. So it looks like as we speak, Trump's chances of going president are going up 81.8%. Go back to our national map here, see if anything's changed. Wisconsin, Michigan. All right, we're going to take a listen in real quick.
declared Donald Trump the winner of the following states: Idaho, Iowa, and Kansas. AP has also declared Kamala Harris the winner of the states of California, Washington State, and Maine's 1st congressional district. A reminder that Maine is one of those states that allocates electoral votes on a statewide basis as well as by congressional district. You can track all of these updates on our live voting map next to me, with areas popping up in blue and red. It's 11 p.m., so that also means that polls are closing on the West Coast. That includes California, that major electoral vote prize we just mentioned, with 54. Polls are also closed in Idaho, Oregon, and Washington State. So at this hour, that means that all polls have closed in the continental United States. Joining me to break all of this down is Sagar Meghani. Hello.
Hello, Meg.
So California is one of these major electoral vote hauls that we've been talking about. Now it's been awarded to Kamala Harris. Is this a surprise?
Not a surprise.
You keep telling me that these are not surprises.
I wish I had something other than that to tell you, but for starters, she's from California.
True.
California is always heavily Democrat. 54 electoral votes is quite a lot to add to
I just want to say something real quick. Kamala Harris's crowd, if you look over here, Kamala Harris's crowd was definitely a lot more energetic about 15 minutes ago. If you notice how they all died down, I'm sorry to interrupt this guy, but just had to throw that out there.
None of them have been called, from Georgia heading out to Nevada.
So all these states, you're still telling me we don't have calls there.
All of that is purple there. They're neither red nor blue on the other maps. So that's what everyone is still waiting on.
Right. And as we keep saying, these are the spots that the margins are anticipated to be so close. And so we're thinking that's going to take longer and longer and go into the night.
The vote will take a good while.
When we think about the other races that are happening tonight, not just the presidential contest, but those down ballot races in the House and Senate that we're also following here at the AP, I know that there have been a few moments of history that have been happening tonight. Give us an update on that.
Yeah, we could get history if Kamala Harris does win the presidency. Of course, she would be the first black woman elected to the White House. She was already the second black woman elected to the Senate, only the second. Today alone, 2 more have been elected. You have Angela Alsobrooks in Maryland, Elisa Rochester in Delaware, which also made more history, 2 for 1. Sarah McBride has been elected to the House. She becomes the first openly transgender member of the U.S. Congress. So some more diversity coming into the ranks on Capitol Hill.
Always good to get an update on the other races that we are following at the AP, not just the presidential contest. So thank you for that. We will be back with you in a moment with more AP race calls.
All right. Well, now over here they're calling Oregon blue already. So it was leaning red. See, over here they got it leaning red. Over here on NBC they called it blue already. They called it blue already. You tell me they got 45% in. Hold on a second. I'm confused. And this says 2% reporting. This is Decision Desk. All right, well. Benton County. I live real close to Benton County. 68%, 69% Kamala Harris. Unfortunate. You know, and I don't even see that. I don't see that. You drive around, you don't see that. Yo, Alan Barnes. Trump's going to win it. You know that. Absolutely going to win it. I'll take you down here to my favorite graph of all of this right here. We have a 81.7% chance of Donald Trump becoming the president. That's my favorite graph of all night. Right here. Right here. You see that? We never drop below 50%. Never. Alan Barnes, give me a hell yeah. Chaps, if they were going to rig it, they have already done it. It's just going to be, we'll see what happens. I mean, so far, comparatively, I think so good, but we won't really know anything until later on. We've had lots of ballot fraud going on as far as postal workers dumping ballots and stuff in ditches, and people putting fire bombs in drop boxes and stuff like that. But that stuff's gonna happen if they keep it out in public. So what we need to do is work harder to secure our election, secure our votes for the election. I think our voice should be heard and should be important when this government is by the people, for the people, and of the people. So the cheating, Alan, cheating is a possibility. I mean, there's always a possibility. There's always going to be people claiming cheating as well when, they're just upset. So, I think they've already cheated, basically. They've already cheated. Somebody's already cheated. And it's not necessarily like Kamala Harris going out and saying, you know what, we need to cheat. Or like somebody, it's individual people who have extremist views that feel it's their duty to go out and disrupt someone else's ballot from getting to where it needs to be and be counted the way it needs to be counted. So that's the threat. It's the individual people that are brainwashed in this country into believing certain things. They don't see reality, I guess. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not a psychologist, but that's my opinion. That's all I have to say about that. Don't know who it was, chaps. We don't know if it was Democrat supporters. We don't know who it was. Like, I think it was linked. They try to link everything to Russia nowadays over here, so they probably linked it to Russia. That would be my guess. I don't know. All right, we got Washington coming in, leaning blue. Not a big surprise there as well. The fact that they still have Oregon leaning red is a surprise to me. But what do I know? Donald Trump, 82% chance of winning. Kamala Harris only has an 18% chance of winning right now. 18% chance. I'll take those odds. If I was in Las Vegas, I'll take those odds. I'll take the 18% chance. It's easy money. You're not going to make a lot. You got to put a lot of money down, to make anything. But you know what? I'll just take the penny. I'll take the penny and walk away happy. My cat decided to lay down where my wife wanted to sit, so we got a battle of the pussies. Man. So far, so good, though. You know what, Alan? Keep a positive head, man. Keep a positive head. Chaps, keep positive as well. You know what I'm saying? The only way this is going to work is if we're positive. We got to be positive. Negativity is the weapon of the enemy, That's the way I look at it. It's the weapon of the enemy. Negativity is the weapon of the enemy. They got Washington leaning red now and Oregon leaning blue. So looks like as we get official numbers coming in, this is what's happening live. So, I don't really hear anything going on here. Let's see if we can get any updates anywhere else. All right, we'll take a listen in here. No idea what's going on here, but we'll take a listen in.
I'm here tonight because
You'll know why I'm laughing when you hear this guy's
make
voice.
their own decisions about their own bodies. I'm here because costs are still too high. And I understand how hard it is to work just to bring home enough to pay the bills, to pay the rent, and maybe, just maybe, save up a little. I understand the dignity of work, of trying to put 40, 60, 80 hours together to try and make a life for your kids. But there are too many people in Washington, D.C. who don't understand that kind of hard work and who don't actually respect that work. They don't understand what it means to actually struggle every day and still believe the next day is going to be better. Look, it looks like this race won't be called tonight. But one result is already coming through and clear. We fought for Arizona. And because of that, we are going to win.
Yeah, Alan, undeniable that Trump is the person who can run this country better at this point, right? Between the two choices, if you had to choose, if you have any kind of logic, any kind of common sense, you know where the hell to be. So I applaud you. Thank you for being on the right side of the fight there, buddy. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't. At this point, thank you very much for everybody watching, supporting, looking at the channel. I'm trying something new. I used to do a lot of gaming and stuff like that. I'm trying something new, so we're gonna do all my gaming stuff over on Twitch, but we're gonna do current events and things like that over here, and I am just getting started with this, so I'm brand new to it, and I appreciate your patience with how I'm doing this. Thank you very much to everybody watching.
The men I patrol with in Iraq, the men I went to the hardest days of war with, and came back to a country that had forgotten us. John, Andy, and Justin, who are here tonight. I love you, brothers. Number 5, and I always have your back. To my campaign team, to all the volunteers and our supporters, to the unions and the community groups who stood in front lines us the whole time, thank you. So for the veterans out there suffering from PTSD, for the single moms working 2 jobs and raising 3 kids, for the dads who have to miss that bedtime with their kids to work that overnight shift, and for the kid sleeping on the floor tonight in Arizona, dreaming of a better future, this is for you. Gracias, Arizona.
You were just listening in there to Ruben Gallego talking to a crowd of supporters, noting that it would likely not be called tonight just based on the protocols in place in that state, but a very confident, optimistic person there speaking at that rally there in Arizona. I did want to put up just the number of votes, the sizable margin he leads over Kari Lake at this point. Some 7-point lead right now. So no call as of tonight. He admitted that such, but a sizable lead for him this evening. But we do want to get you out to some calls in terms of the race for the White House in some very key battleground states. This one in North Carolina going in favor of Trump as Trump takes
Let's go. North Carolina goes to Donald Trump.
50% to 48%. just over 100,000 votes.
Is that coming to you now?
The AP calling this almost 90% of the votes counted and
Almost
tallied
90%
at this
of the
point.
votes counted,
Another
so,
battleground state
they
not
called it.
called at
Donald
this
Trump
point,
is
but
the
in
winner
favor
of
of the former
North
president in
Carolina.
a significant way, 51%
Georgia,
to
he's still winning.
48.3% as well. And we want to put up this, a post from our Fox 5 team. Eric Perry
It's only
saying breaking
136,000
Donald
votes,
Trump
so-
has an insurmountable lead with a number of votes outstanding. That a quote from the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, during a late night briefing. So some big news. And let's continue on. Let's bring in my colleague right now,
Georgia.
Westfall,
Georgia's
to
huge.
discuss
We
what
win
this
Georgia. That's
means
huge.
moving forward, because this is a big development in terms of the race for this White House. Austin, North Carolina, going for the former President Donald Trump, and Raffensperger saying an insurmountable lead for Trump in Georgia. How pivotal is this moment for Trump?
Raffensperger saying that is very important. The AP has not officially called the race yet, so we can't officially call it ourselves here. A live look at the Trump watch party where we've been watching. There's been a lot of smiling faces. We have been keeping an eye on both of these watch parties. Here's how the map is looking now that we're getting some of these pertinent race calls in. This is the first battleground state that's officially been called. That puts Donald Trump away from the presidency. Harris still at 179. Let's take a look. North Carolina, solidly red at this point. We've been saying all night, Trump's easiest path to victory is North Carolina, which he has now. Georgia, which with 90% of the votes in, he has almost a 3-point lead. So, North Carolina,
I'm just
Georgia,
going to say it.
Pennsylvania. So
I know it's
if he
unofficial,
gets
but I'm feeling
these
really,
three states
really good about what's
and
going
every
on
other
right now.
state falls the way we
this
expect
country.
it to, that means that former President Trump will become president again. The only time that's ever happened before was Grover Cleveland. He was the 22nd and 24th president of the United States. So, North Carolina getting called. I'm watching Pennsylvania closely now. I'm watching Georgia closely now. Again, 9/10 of all the votes have been counted in Georgia. He's got almost 3 points up. Pennsylvania, just over 3/4 of the vote now tallied. Trump has, and right now we're looking at just about a 3-point lead out of PA as well. So Trump has
Pennsylvania's
leads
huge, too.
in two absolutely crucial states. And I'm not even mentioning the fact that he has leads right now in Wisconsin, 66% of the votes in. Right now, Trump has about a 3-point advantage there. Michigan, fewer of those votes counted. About a third of them are in so far. But Donald Trump right now with a sizable lead over Kamala Harris. That one looking like it's just over a 6-point advantage. We go over to Arizona. It's very possible we don't hear any more results in from them for the rest of the night. They've been stuck at 50%. Nonetheless, that's at a dead tie right now. It's very possible, Andy, the way this is playing out, though, we might not need to worry about Arizona.
I'm surprised we're going to hear
keep
Georgia
an eye
tonight, possibly.
specifically right now on Georgia and PA. Now that North
They
Carolina's
did put
been
a
called.
lot of
That's a very
different
good breakdown of all of the
things
come.
in
And
play, though,
of course,
for their
North
election
Carolina,
this year.
Georgia, insurmountable leads in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan might be too close to call at this point, just based on the margin there. All right, Austin, we're going to check back in with you in just a little bit, but let's give you some live now looks inside of some of these watch parties there in West Palm Beach, Florida. You can see the excitement growing, building in that room. As they are monitoring this in real time, as we are as well. Also there in Washington, D.C. at the Kamala HQ, the headquarters on the campus of Howard University, her alma mater. We're monitoring it all very, very closely. Also the race for the White House, other props coming up. We're going to have more on some of the down ballot races, some of those measures, amendments in place and what they mean across this country. We'll have that and much more here on Live Now from Fox after this.
All right, so things are looking pretty good. We're feeling pretty confident. Feeling pretty confident. Let's see what Reuters has to say here. Matter of fact, I think we're going to switch over to Fox News. It says something about Donald Trump live remarks or something, makes remarks. Oh, no, they're just... This is inside the Donald Trump... campaign headquarters or watch party or whatever for his election night here. I don't know if I'm gonna get a copyright strike or not for playing the sound on this, but I don't know. Freedom of speech, right? Freedom of this. You know, I'll say this, you know, Fox News and I don't know the band playing. That's why I can't say who to give credit to. That's my big problem here. Probably get a copyright strike if I put it on there. Yeah, I'm sorry with that. I personally don't give a shit, but I don't want them to shut me down before we even get started here. That's the way I feel. Anyway, so. Well, they got the music going on. I can't give you any sound there, but we can keep an eye on inside of the Trump headquarters for his election night headquarters there. Headphone is dead. All right, so let's go ahead and switch back over here to let's see. All right.
Biden 4 years ago. It's not quite 2.5, but it's close to it, where she's underperforming in a county where she should be doing better. And here you go, Trump doing 2.5 points better in that particular county in Wisconsin. So we'll keep an eye on that. Come out a little broader here. Come back to 2024. Hang on one second, guys. And we'll go into Pennsylvania and try and prove a similar theory, all right, in two places. One is Allegheny, Pittsburgh. The other is Philadelphia. So we'll put this map into motion here. Put the slide bar out, okay? She's nearly meeting her number in Allegheny, off a 0.5 point. Trump's doing slightly better, just 0.6 points. The last time I looked at that, she was dead even with the number from Joe Biden from 4 years ago in a percentage-wise. Come over here to Philadelphia, because this is really where, if you're a Democrat, you want to win the state, you got to run your numbers up in Philadelphia. And this kind of matches what I just read from, you know, America's big cities. In Philadelphia, she's underperforming Biden's mark from 4 years ago. And Trump is outperforming, overperforming where he was 4 years ago. So, you know, when you think about the number of votes that are available in Philadelphia, and you know, 300,000, right? That's a huge difference. I mean, you can run the totals up and never look back oftentimes in Pennsylvania if you're a Democrat running with a number like that. So let's take this off the screen. Come on back to 2024, and you guys are asking how come we can't call North Carolina.
All right, so that was inside the Trump campaign place where he's going to accept his speech should he become the 47th president of the United States. Currently, right now, they're saying Georgia is too close to call on NBC. Pennsylvania is too close to call. Michigan too close to call. Wisconsin too close to call. If we switch over here, it looks like they called Georgia. Georgia apparently has been called. Not on NBC, but Georgia has apparently been called. Donald Trump's chances of winning. This is my favorite graph of the night. I know I've showed it. This should be everybody's favorite graph of the night. Donald Trump's chances of winning and becoming president, 47 president of the United States, is 87.2%, while Kamala Harris's chances have dwindled down to 12.8%. This is huge for America. Huge for America. Oregon got called for Kamala Harris. Not a big surprise there. Yeah, it's kind of surprising in the early minutes of it. We were leaning red. That was a little bit of a surprise, but that's only because they counted the rural areas first. Nevada, still no results, apparently. I find that interesting. How late is their voting open? Does anybody know? Nevada. It's closed. They just have not started counting. That's crazy. Actually, they only have one district. 6 electoral votes on the line in Nevada. 0% counted on every single map we look at here in Nevada. Let's see if we can find something about Nevada here. Well, according to Shelly G right here on X, Trump has won the largest share of the Jewish vote in decades in Florida, Arizona, and Nevada. And 42% of the Jewish vote is going to be going to Donald Trump, apparently, according to Shelly G. I have no idea who that is, but we're not finding anything out there, so. Gage Holler, how you doing? Thank you for the LOL. LOL, you too. How'd you find me, Gage? I'm always curious to know how people find me on YouTube. When I was gaming and stuff, it was kind of, based around, like, whatever game I was playing, and then, if it was popular, it was like, yeah, da-da-da-da-da, but, Now that I've switched gears, I'm kind of interested, like, did you type something in a search bar and found me there, or? popular vote still up by an even 5 million. And what's interesting to me is as all these races continue to close, the popular vote discrepancy is 5 million, like consistently. So I find that kind of funny. I don't know. Back when only like 3% of the country was reporting, we had a 5 million vote discrepancy, and now we have 5 million vote discrepancy. I don't know. You know? It's weird. What do I know, though? I don't know shit. I don't know shit. So, we'll take a live look over here. They got it 192 to 230. We got 189, 246, 172, 230, 189, 246. I still, at this point, think I'm gonna, decision desk. They're still showing the live vote count in Denver, Colorado. Freeman, if you're still watching, they're still counting.
This social media post or wherever you're hearing it, is this just where something that's trying to wind me up? And that's the most dangerous piece of misinformation over the next couple of days. This process, we knew what was going to happen. We've known for months that this is going to play out. Pennsylvania was going to take a long time. Wisconsin will take a little bit of time, not quite as long as Pennsylvania, probably, maybe a few other states. But be patient and don't fall for those folks who are just trying to rally up.
In general, Chris, I got to ask you, does it seem like the process is moving quicker this time around compared to 2020? And is that because of all of those mail-in ballots 4 years ago?
It's moving quicker for a number of reasons. One, we're not in the middle of a pandemic, so election workers don't have to social distance and all those other things that got in the way of moving quickly. Election officials learn lesson from every election, so they have gotten better. They've changed their procedures. They got more people, trained them to do things a little quicker, a little faster, all of those things. But yeah, big factor is that there are fewer mail ballots. They have those extra steps to process them, especially in those places like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, where they don't get the head start of being able to do that before Election Day.
All right, very good. Chris, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. It's glad, I think many people are, that it is going smooth here on Election Day, very critical election. I appreciate your time. We're continuing to follow the latest, but thanks again for joining us here on a busy day.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, let's continue on covering all the latest here on Live Now from Fox on this election day. As we do want to get to more race calls in terms of the race, the push for the White House. Another one out of New Mexico in favor of Vice President Kamala Harris, 52 to 46. The check mark next to her name, those 5 electoral votes going to her. And I also want to talk about Oregon one more time. Harris getting that state as well, 8 electoral votes for her over the former President Donald Trump. All right, we're also monitoring, like we've talked about time and time again, that balance of power in the Senate. We do have a new live pick right up now in Pennsylvania of this in terms of a watch party for Dave McCormick, the Republican in that state. And I do want to put up just this, a post of what's coming up in terms of this race in Pennsylvania over incumbent Bob Casey. It is a very tight margin, but a 2-point lead right now at this point for Dave McCormick. The AP has not called it yet, but it is getting closer to the finish line. 80% of the votes have been counted at this point, 2.7 million to 2.6 million in terms of that. All right, we're following all the latest here on this on Live Now from Vox. Let's line away for another quick 2-minute break.
All right. So, it's still looking like we got a pretty good lead. Kamala Harris is over the 200 mark now with the West Coast report, and we are not surprised by that. Surprising to me, maybe but not by everybody else, is Nevada has not reported anything. Hey, Courtney, thank you very much for stopping by. So we got my favorite graph here, 87.5%. Donald Trump's going to win, and 12.5% Kamala Harris. So her chances keep going down, his chances keep going up. And as Kamala already got all of her electoral votes from the West Coast, now we really just, looks like we wait on Nevada. Everything else seems to be kind of going right where it needs to be. As you can see here, the Trump campaign seems to be livening up while the Kamala Harris campaign seems to be shutting down a little bit.
Less conflicts. You'll probably have no conflicts, but he'll come in and resolve those things. Remember, the 4 years he served, there was not one new conflict. As soon as he gets out of office, Ukraine is attacked by Russia. You got Israel's war breaks out. There's all kinds of things happening in America, outside of America. I mean, I'm shocked that the people around the world should be supporting him as much as they can.
I mean, other people would say he doesn't seem to believe in climate change. Most people do. He could be disastrous for the planet, and he's very close to Vladimir Putin as well, an enemy of Russia.
Well, so let me tell you this. A nuclear bomb dropped on Europe is a lot worse for climate change than anything that I could ever imagine. So you better be concerned about things like that first before you're concerned about that. As far as Vladimir Putin, you know what? There's nothing wrong with establishing relationships with foreign leaders. Then they get to know you, and then they get to fear you. All he has to do is, he's very unpredictable, and that unpredictability is the reason why they wouldn't do anything.
Are you hoping to speak to the former president, possible president-elect tonight?
Will I speak to him? No, I won't, but I'll see him on Thursday. I'll be at Mar-a-Lago Thursday through Sunday. He's always on the patio for dinner. That's where we all eat. I'm sure I'll get to see him then. I may get to talk to him today or maybe tomorrow. I wouldn't put it past me, but because this community here, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, is a bellwether of the county and the country. You win Bucks County, you win Pennsylvania, he's the president. That's the way it's going.
You know him well. What do you think he's feeling right now?
I think he's feeling like he's gotten his revenge, and they're announcing Hawaii. I think he feels like he's fought back, and the guy's just an incredible warrior. I mean, imagine being shot, up on stage in Butler, another assassination attempt, all the lawfare against him, all the fake stuff that they did, coming up with things to try to put him in jail. I mean, the guy is just resilient. He just keeps fighting back. I'm sure he's, it's the greatest comeback story in American politics.
We'll leave it there, Jim. Thank you so much. We'll let you get on with your evening. Thank you. Good to talk to you. And I think that's sort of typical of the mood here. Pretty bullish, I think increasingly confident, but a number of people have said to us they're still nervous. They remember 4 years ago they went to bed thinking Trump had won and then woke up and Joe Biden was the president-elect. And a lot of them said to us tonight they don't dare go to bed because they're worried that could happen again. But I think the way things are going, I think those jitters are being dispelled a bit, and they are expecting, I think, pretty good news about their home state in the next half hour or so. And we'll see where that leads in the national race as well.
Yeah, we will. OK, Dominic, thanks very much indeed. Well, it's just past 5 a.m. in the UK, midnight here on the east coast of America, and the polls have just closed in Hawaii. And pretty much straight away, there it is, Harris has been the projected winner of Hawaii, solidly Democrat, and some good news for Kamala Harris. And then we're going to see North Carolina, and there we are. That is a big win for Donald Trump, projected winner of that swing state of North Carolina.
Okay, let's speak to some of our correspondents. James Matthews is in Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump's home in West Palm Beach, Florida. And Martha Kellner is with the Harris camp here in Washington. Let's actually go to Martha Kellner first and just get a sense of the mood there with the Harris camp. We spoke to you in the last hour or so, Martha, and you said that they were cautiously optimistic. What are they saying and thinking and feeling right now?
Well, I think publicly the Harris campaign are still saying that they're cautiously optimistic. They still think that there's, or at least publicly they're saying that they believe there's a route for Kamala Harris to victory still through the blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin. But I have to tell you, here at Howard University, which is her election night HQ, a couple of hours ago people were singing and dancing. The mood was very buoyant. Well, that has completely, drastically changed now, especially when that result was read out. People are watching on the big screen here as the results come in. When it was revealed that Donald Trump was the projected winner in North Carolina, it felt almost eerily silent here. It was so quiet that even with 10,000 people in the crowd, I could hear a drone buzzing above. There are a lot of dejected, despondent people here. I was just taking a quick wander around, and there's lots of people holding stars and stripes flags, but they're just, dangling by their waist. And I think the hope that they might see Kamala Harris appearing on this stage this evening is dwindling too. The Harris campaign still trying to strike a positive note, particularly with campaign staff. There was an email sent by the campaign chair for Kamala Harris, Jen O'Malley Dillon, in which she said that she still believes that they do have a route to victory. She said, we've known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. She said, we still feel good about what we're seeing there, about the data that they're seeing, especially from Pennsylvania. In that note to staff, she said, we'll continue to keep you all updated when we get more information. This is what we've been built for, she said. So let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So she's clearly trying to keep spirits high, clearly trying to keep their staff buoyant. But I think there's certainly a recognition here at Howard University that it's an uphill climb for Kamala Harris now. That path to victory is certainly narrowing.
Martha, thank you so much. Let's go straight to James now. And James, interesting listening there to Martha. It's almost like the Harris camp have given up on the Sunbelt states and they're focused now on those northern Rust Belt states.
Hi, Yalda. Yeah, looking for results where they can. I can tell you they like what they're hearing in terms of results here at the convention center in West Palm Beach. The Trump Watch Party, several hundred in here. I mean, they've been here for several hours now. Free food, free alcohol. So there is a party atmosphere of sorts. I'd say relatively subdued. I mean, Dom was making the point that they've been here before. They've been confident on the night of polling before and woken up only to have their hopes crash. So I see a bit of both. Certainly they're sounding optimistic, they're talking the talk, but I look around and I see not grim faces, but studied faces, watching the rolling news coverage very closely. At one stage, the news stopped and they threw on YMCA, Trump's big celebratory tune, probably just giving it a rollout, a practice, a sound check before he turns up, because he is due to be here at some point. In fact, about half an hour ago, they were talking, his advisors, about, the fine detail of that and whether or not the results were on a trajectory such that he might come here sooner than expected. They were talking about midnight. Well, midnight's past here, so we'll see. We'll see how that pans out. But Team Trump previously were talking about being cautiously optimistic. They have since said that their stance is now shifting to optimistic. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, is taking a flight down to Mar-a-Lago, presumably to talk
well, I just had a little bit of food to eat for dinner, some pulled pork sandwiches we made yesterday, so eating leftovers is good. If you don't eat leftovers, you should try it.
Sitting at a table
Saves on
in
food.
Mar-a-Lago in deep conversation with Elon Musk, who's there, and also
We still
Dana
have
White,
a
who's the
pretty good chance here. Take a look over here. We got 247 Donald Trump, 204 Kamala Harris. We are getting closer and closer to that 270 mark. Still 87 electoral votes up for grabs. Now if we take a live look over here, we got Trump's popular vote has actually dropped from 5 million to 450,000. 450,000 instead of 4.5 million. 4.5 million instead of 5 million on a popular vote. Only 35% of the vote counted in Maryland, which is funny because they're on the East Coast. They're all the way over there, as well as Pennsylvania. 83% in Pennsylvania, but only 35% in Maryland. Maryland's kind of small. I mean, I know they have Baltimore and stuff like that, but kind of funny that they have such a little percentage of the vote counted. In Michigan, we got 51% of the vote counted. We are leaning towards Donald Trump at 50 to 47. Well, 50 to 48. And Wisconsin is also leaning towards Donald Trump at 51 to 47. Minnesota, on the other hand, Kamala Harris has a pretty good lead at 52 to 45. Arizona still a dead heat. I mean, Arizona is probably going to be one of the stories of the election, just for the simple fact that they have been neck and neck this entire time. So, on the lookout for Arizona. Nevada, they still say 0% of the votes counted. So, same with Alaska and Hawaii. So those are probably going to come in relatively soon, I would assume. Well, as we keep our hopes up and keep the dream alive, I want to take this time to remind everyone out there that you can hit the like button and subscribe for free. I'm going to be attempting to do more content like this and try to grow into a, more positive channel about current events and all that kind of thing. So hopefully you can come along for the ride. Anyway, we have Donald Trump at 85% versus Kamala Harris, 15% chances of winning. And we're going to take a look at the stock market and the way that we are responding. So gold still kind of teeter-tottering, going up and down, up and down. That's fine and dandy. We'll talk about the U.S. dollar and the euro. Looks like we got a lot of buyback. There was a lot of sell-off on the euro, a lot of buyback now going on. I still think it's headed to the downside. Looks like West Texas oil to the downside, pricing in a Donald Trump victory. Take a look at the SPX 5, or the S&P 500, SPX.
Looks like we're getting a little bit of profit taking, bouncing down to VWAP almost. Probably going to make a good bounce here. I would say we're going to catch up with the RSI, and we have a good chance of tomorrow being a very, very green day in the stock market. Not financial advice. Cryptocurrency also seems to, well, not cryptocurrency, let's say Ethereum seems to have plateaued a little bit here, catching up to all the buys. Same with Bitcoin, a little profit taking, catching up with all the buys there. So everything looking good, market pricing in. It's priced in already, so if you weren't able to get in ahead of time, you know, hopefully you can get in tomorrow early enough or whatever, but looks like the damage is done, and I foresee kind of everything leveling out, and we'll probably have a little bit of downside just for profit taking. It's not a negative look on the market whatsoever as far as I see. Let's go back over here, and Donald Trump, oh my god. All right, so live right now. Wow, look at the mouse. Mouse is all over the place. Brand new mouse, and this fucking thing sucks. All right, so Donald Trump, 91.9% chance of winning the presidency of the United States, being president number 45 and 47. And Kamala Harris has a less than 10% chance, less than 10, 8.1% chance of winning the presidency. So, I will remind everybody, you know, it's not written in stone, but this is what everybody's pricing in. This is what we're looking at, and it's looking pretty good for the return of Donald Trump to the White House. So, looking pretty good. Looks like Maryland has some split districts here. District 1, District 2, one went blue, one went red. And we're still waiting on the entire state there. Waiting on the popular vote. Let's see if we can find a live listen in, maybe. Oh no, not Adam Shifty Schiff. Adam Shifty Schiff is speaking. I guess we'll put him on. Fuck it, we got to do it. Yeah, this is fair media right here. Fair media. We're gonna put him on. I don't care.
Live, clean water to drink, clean air to breathe, safe neighborhoods to raise their children, good hospitals, clinics, and health care, and the best public schools in the world. In pursuit of this dream for all our people, I will not rest, California. In the Senate, I will be a champion and voice for all Californians, whether you voted for me or not, whether you live in the big city or a small county, whether you grew up here or came to America searching for a better life. We are going to build more affordable housing so that you aren't forced to choose between your rent and putting food on the table. We are going to ensure that our fellow neighbors do not have to sleep on the street. We are going to help hardworking families by lowering costs. We are going to fight tooth and nail to protect abortion access and defend democracy and our freedoms. We are going to bring resources and jobs back to the Golden State to create opportunity for all Californians. We're going to fight on behalf of our dream workers.
I'm sorry, the only way he's going to do that, the only way he's going to bring jobs back to California is by lowering the taxes, lowering the cost of everything, and making that. There's no way he's going to do it. No way he's going to do it. Gavin Newsom's going to stab in his way. So he's making empty promises right now. California, do not listen to this fuck. California, do not listen to this fuck.
I am determined to fight every single day on behalf of this great state and its great people. And I am so thankful for your trust and your support. And I can't wait to do this job with you together. I want to thank my incredible wife, Eve, and yes, we are Adam and Eve. My kids, Lexi and Eli. Lexi's boyfriend, Eric, gets a shout out. My brother, Daniel, and his wife, Amy. My brother, David, and his family. My nieces and my nephews. And
Good Lord. Everyone under the sun. Okay, we got you, Adam. Shifty shift. Blah, blah. Fucking blah. All right, well, I had to try to put that there, you know. Well, let's see what the BBC has to say about the American election here. How about that?
100,000 new voters to Pennsylvania. So it's not just one thing on election. It makes the narrative more interesting, but it's a whole host of things.
When it's this close as well, you have to do
Sure.
everything really, don't you? Well, let's go to Michigan now, one of those close states that we've been keeping an eye on, and we can speak to Ione Wells. Ione, what's the latest in Michigan there? What can you tell us?
Well, the mood certainly dropped here in the last hour or two. I've spoken to a couple of Democrats in the last hour, both here in the room, but also some in Washington as well. And the message that a couple of them have said without prompting is, I'd rather be in Donald Trump's camp right now than Kamala Harris's. And I think that speaks to the mood here in Michigan, which is not very positive at the moment among Democrats. They're very nervous about how close it is looking, both at a statewide level in terms of the results that are coming through, but also in the Senate race here in Michigan, which is an incredibly key race for the Democrats. It would be extraordinary if the Republicans managed to gain that seat. The Republicans haven't had a senator here in Michigan for 3 decades. So I think there are a lot of nerves about how tight that race is looking. Now, I should caveat this, of course, not all the votes have been counted. The majority of votes in that Senate race have still yet to be counted as well. But certainly the early data is causing a lot of anxiety in the room at the moment. And I think another indication of how people are feeling, the floor down below just about an hour ago was full of people having drinks, laughing, dancing, singing along to some of the music here. It's actually emptied out quite a lot in the last hour or so. I think a suggestion of how people are feeling, which is potentially one of anxiety, one of nerves, as this early data is still coming through.
Thank you so much for that update there from Michigan. And I want to zoom in on some of the counties, of course, that we're watching closely tonight. Christian, you've been looking at those.
I know there's a lot of anxiety among Democrats in Michigan at the moment, but there's a lot of vote outstanding. We've talked about the red mirage and the blue wave of votes that comes later. I mean, look down at Wayne County. This is the biggest county, over 1 million people in Wayne County. They've only counted 15%. In next door Oakland, across the 8 Mile Road, 82%. There's still 20% of the vote to come there. In Lansing, the state capital, in Ingham, still around 50% of it to come there. And in Grand Rapids here, still around 30% of the vote. And look at this. Remember earlier I told you about our bowl of cherries, the Cherry County of Grand Traverse, which is a bit of a bellwether. She's actually in front up there, so maybe there's some clues there. This was one of the other counties in Michigan which flipped in 2020. She's still ahead there, and I mean, there's no vote being counted there. That's a mix of sort of urban and rural, just as Kent County is over here. So, yeah, there's a lot of anxiety and there's a lot of red on the map across Michigan. But obviously, there's much more vote in the 9 counties we're looking at in this area where Joe Biden ran out the score in 2020 than there is in these red counties. So, you know, you just have to be a little bit cautious at the moment. We count the votes, see where we get to.
Well, we have changed over panel, got some fresh blood back into the studio here. Rodney Davis, former congressman, Republican congressman from Illinois. Stephanie Murphy, former Democratic congresswoman from Florida. And Margaret Talev is here with us as well, senior contributor to Axios and with Syracuse University as well. You guys have been crunching the numbers there, chatting to your party colleagues for the last while. Where do you think things are at now? Is it a bad day for Democrats? We've heard some people are leaving parties. What do you think, Stephanie?
Well, I think we see that the Senate has moved into Republican hands. I think the House is still in play. I mean, currently, and we don't have all the votes in, so with that caveat, we're a net +2. We picked up some in New York and one in Alabama. So, you know, the night's still long. There's still more to come in, and especially out of California, which were other seats that the House Dems were looking to pick up. So, of course, the White House is still
all to play for,
waiting, waiting to see.
We've been looking just there a moment ago at some shots of the convention centre in West Palm Beach there. The crowd is filling up, and Rodney's sitting here with a big grin on his face. So you seem to have a different view of things?
Not a different view. I mean, I'll make a bold prediction right now.
Go for it.
I think I do believe Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States of America. Actually, there's a lot of confidence that he believes, that his team believes that they will sweep the blue wall. Now, let's say they lose one. Okay, you got 2 or 3. That's still a landslide. If that's the case, there's got to be a lot of self-reflection within the Democratic Party here in the United States of America, to where they're losing ground when it comes to the generic ballot of people identifying publicly as Republicans versus Democrats. That changes the demographic shift the Democrats thought they would have long-term in America. And as a matter of fact, the Latino vote that we're seeing in exit polls right now is a big reason why.
But hasn't Donald Trump actually changed the Republican Party a bit as well? I mean, he's changed some of the outlook on some of those long-held conservative policies, particularly around abortion.
Well, I mean, he's changed the Republican Party just like Ronald Reagan changed the Republican Party when I was growing up. Ronald Reagan's the reason I'm a Republican, because I grew up in that era. Don't call me Alex P. Keaton, though, you know, for all those who are Family Ties fans. But, similarly with the Democratic Party, you know, not too long ago, Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren were the far-left progressives. Now they're kind of mainstream after the Squad came along. And I don't see the Republican Party any different.
We're just looking at pictures in the screen there. You see what appears to be police moving ahead of a motorcade. We're expecting at some point Donald Trump and or J.D. Vance to be getting to that convention center. We'll check in when we know a bit more about who exactly is heading that way at the moment. But, Margaret, to bring you in on this as well, I mean, what do you think of what Rodney just said there? I mean, if this were to hold up and that confidence in the Trump campaign to say we can win 2 out of 3, maybe all 3 blue wall states, that would be a catastrophic loss for the Democrats. Too early to say that, of course, but just to say that confident message from the Trump campaign.
Well, for sure. By the way, any loss is going to be a catastrophic loss for the Democrats if that's what happens. But yes, I think, I think that's right. I think the assumption up until tonight has been that this would be an extremely close race. That would make it a less than extremely close race. We already know the Republicans are going to take the Senate. Most people still think that Democrats are going to take the House, but it may not be by as big of a margin as some had hoped. And what we're seeing in some of these House races, if they are early indicators of the night for Donald Trump and the Republican Party, is part of what is causing so much angst among Democrats. And I'm not making any bold predictions because I don't do that. But I will say that the Democrats that I've heard from over the course of the last hour or so are somewhere between anxious and apoplectic. I'm not hearing from a lot of Democrats who are like, yeah, we got this. So I think there's a narrowing path. And with each narrowing of the path, little to no room for error for Vice President Harris. She's got some good news out of Nebraska with that one district. Yeah. Those 3 places, the 3 big states are still in play. But again, to disagree with Rodney's point, shock him that I will do that. I think this is overwhelmingly all about inflation, and it is not about massive shifts of the population that thought they were Democratic and now they're part of a new Trump coalition. This is a backlash to inflation that is putting in, and with some voters, concerns about border security. But that is not the dominant issue here. This is inflation as a driving force.
Okay, we'll come back to that point, but we do want to, as we're expecting Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to be heading to that campaign headquarters in a moment, let's go right to our correspondent, Neda Tawfiq, who has been there all night for us. Neda, I can imagine that, that optimism, that confidence is spreading there in the room.
Absolutely, Sumi. It is smiles all around. People are taking selfies. People have a little bit of a pep in their step, dancing to the music. At one point, there was a big crowd dancing to the YMCA song. And I went down and spoke with supporters, and I can tell you they are just absolutely glued to the results. Some women have a paper counting Donald Trump's electoral votes and also just the margin of victory as it progresses throughout the night. So people are very invested, and they clearly feel the momentum is on their side. And so people, when there is a result that is favorable to Donald Trump on the screen, they throughout the night have gotten more and more animated, cheering more loudly, showing more excitement. But what's really interesting is the fact that all of them do show a bit of caution. They say they want to wait until there is a final result. And some of them, Sumi, have raised some of the claims that Donald Trump has made in the past, unfounded claims, but claims of fraud in elections. And so many people have repeated that and saying they want to wait till there is a final result to really celebrate here. And clearly, it is going to take some time still for that.
Okay, Neda, thank you very much for that update from headquarters.
Now, of course, people are watching this election right around the world to see who's going to win and what it's going to mean for their country. And perhaps no one watching it as closely as those in Russia. And we can go to our Russia correspondent, Steve Rosenberg, who's in Sochi in Russia. Fabulous backdrop behind you there, Steve. It looks like Donald Trump is having a good night so far. And of course, many of the results still not in, so we don't know the definitive result at this point. But what would it mean for US-Russia relations, another term of Donald Trump?
Just to explain why behind me I've got mountains and snow and trees and not the Kremlin, it's because there's a big politics conference going on in Sochi this week, and President Putin is expected here tomorrow to make a keynote address and give his reaction, I think, to the result of the US election. You know, in the run-up to this American election, Russian officials have gone out of their way to give the impression that it doesn't matter who wins, as far as the Kremlin is concerned, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Nothing's going to change, they say. But when you look at what Trump and Harris have been saying on the campaign trail about Russia, about Ukraine, I think it's pretty clear that what Donald Trump has been saying strikes a chord much more with Vladimir Putin, with the Kremlin, than what Kamala Harris has been saying. His criticism of the scale of US military assistance to Kiev, his unwillingness to blame Vladimir Putin for the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. At times it seems he's been blaming Joe Biden or Vladimir Zelensky more than Vladimir Putin for that invasion. His avoidance in the presidential debate, when he was asked whether he wanted Ukraine to win the war against Russia, he got round the question, he skipped the question. So all of that will have struck a chord with the Kremlin. So I think as things stand at the moment, the Kremlin will be pretty pleased at how things are developing.
All right, Steve Rosenberg there, our Russia editor on the side of a mountain in Sochi. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, at this point, we do have another one of those race ratings for you. This is from our partners here in the U.S., CBS News. Their race rating for Wisconsin, the key Rust Belt state, is leaning for Trump. Now, again, this is not a projection. There's simply not enough information yet for Wisconsin to be projected, but at this point in the race, CBS News projecting a race, or making a race rating rather, as Wisconsin leaning for Trump. As soon as we get firmer numbers, of course, we'll bring them to you. But let's go to Harris headquarters, campaign headquarters here in Washington, D.C., where one of Kamala Harris' campaign's biggest surrogates, Lindy.
All right. Well, as we can see, Donald Trump still continues to hold the lead. And things are looking good. Looks like Hawaii came in. All 4 delegates go to Kamala Harris. Kind of surprising, the way that they responded to the fires and everything that happened in Hawaii not long ago. So, still we're looking at nothing coming from Nevada, nothing coming from Alaska. Kamala Harris still has about a 7.8% chance of winning. So, not looking too good for Kamala Harris. Looks like the popular vote has gone from 5 million to 4 million in the favor of Donald Trump. We take a look at the market here. Still looking like we're taking profits, grabbing up some new opportunities. Looks like the stock market's pretty happy about what's going on. We know Donald Trump was good for the economy. Donald Trump is going to be good for crypto. That's why you see some big stuff happening. Ethereum's up quite a bit. Bitcoin up quite a bit. And I don't see that stopping, actually. I think over the next month we're going to see quite a rise, as long as we see Donald Trump as our next president. As consumer prices go down, stock prices go up. I hope. Still don't have much here from the Associated Press. They're still holding tight to their 230 for Donald Trump. Let's take a look at Fox News now and see what they got to say.
State. He went on. He tried to get those. It looks like it looks like, despite what Barack Obama did, despite what Bill Clinton did, despite what Harris did, and despite what Tim Walz did, they seem to be treading water right now. And if they lose Georgia, they certainly would need to take just about all 3 of those states. But Georgia's a very interesting state. Certainly, it has some very Democratic areas right around Atlanta. You have to maximize your turnout, as well as some of the African American areas toward the southeastern part of the southwestern part of the state. But it's going to be very interesting to see what the final results are going to be in the Peach State.
Yeah, I do want to ask you about that, because we're hearing different reports about Gwinnett County and maybe the delayed votes that they're going to kind of tally up there in that county. Talk about maybe some of the areas around Atlanta, because Gwinnett County around Atlanta, how strong are they for Kamala Harris? How important are some of those kind of areas around there going for Harris, and how critical will these be, even if they are delayed?
It's a very interesting state. Right around Atlanta, you have areas like, for example, if you keep driving, you run into places like Marietta and Sandy Springs, which used to be very Republican. Newt Gingrich was actually represented that area for that area. So it was a very conservative congressional district. But when I say conservative, they're more or less fiscally conservative, but they're kind of socially moderate. And Donald Trump is kind of inhospitable to their ideology. So consequently, a lot of them now have a Democratic congresswoman, for example. So it's become more and more Democrat. I think this is what we're seeing around the country. This is part of the Trump effect, right? Trump does very well in rural areas of the country. He maximizes his vote, but he tends to falter in some of the suburban areas where Republicans like Ronald Reagan or George H.W. Bush were able to rack up big margins. They feel kind of alien to Donald Trump's kind of new populist type of an ideology. And those are the areas right around the areas right around very much educated class, places like Marietta, where there's really not much of a Southern accent. Those are the types of places that I think Vice President Harris really thought she could capitalize on.
I got to ask you about Michigan, specifically about Wayne County. We see behind me here, 55% of the votes have been tallied in Wayne County. Right now, Harris has 58% of the vote. If we're going back to the Biden election 4 years ago, Biden won that county with 68% of the vote. Why is this particular county important, Rich? I'm sure you know this. This is one of the largest areas of Arab Americans in the country. Can you tell us about how their vote factors into this election? The Israel-Hamas war has been a major talking point of both campaigns.
Yes, very interesting. We saw Donald Trump the last weekend of the campaign actually going to Dearborn, Michigan. Dearborn, Michigan has the largest share of Muslim and Arab American voters per capita. But I think that there has really been a lot in the community have been inflamed. Last time around, Joe Biden won 86% of the Muslim vote. This time around, there was a poll taken by the Center for Islamic American Relations that showed Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate in that community, remember, we're just talking about Muslim Americans, was actually winning a plurality of the vote. It's not that they necessarily liked Jill Stein per se. It's more that they were trying to send a message to Vice President Harris that they wanted there to be an arms embargo, and many of them blamed Joe Biden and Vice President Harris for continuing to send arms to Israel that are used in Gaza. So this really has been a lot of disaffected voters, Muslim voters. Some of them are going to Donald Trump. Some of them will be going to Jill Stein. And some of them are going to certainly stay with Vice President Harris. But Donald Trump has went in there. He racked up some endorsements. Some mayors in that county certainly have endorsed his campaign. But it's really been a problem for the Democrats. It's similar to what Hubert Humphrey had in 1968 in the Vietnam War. He just could not bring out a lot of those anti-Vietnam War protesters to the Democratic side. This time around, Vice President Harris has had the same, very similar problem, trying to tell them that she's a little bit different from Joe Biden, that she would favor some sort of a ceasefire. But certainly, you can see in the numbers that she's not doing as well as Joe Biden pre-Israel Gaza war.
All right, very good. Rich Rubino, thank you so much for joining us. Don't go anywhere. We're going to continue on covering all of the latest, but we do want to take a little bit of a break because
all right. Well, Georgia's looks like they put a check mark next to Trump in Georgia. So that's a flip state. That's a flip state for us. Georgia is officially flipped to Donald Trump, Republican. Looks like, look, we got 51 Senate seats, so we got the control in the Senate. They're still 34 up. 34 up. So we got the Senate. House is the big thing, though. House is the big thing we need. And we've got a pretty good lead in the House. It looks like we flipped 4 seats, and that gives us a 2-seat gain. Because the Democrats also flipped 2 seats. So we are plus 2 seats right now in the House as well. This is extremely good news for Republicans. Extremely good news. All right, so yeah, with the win of Georgia, they've updated it 246 to 189, and well, on the path to 270, we are absolutely on our way. This one shows Kamala Harris 213, Trump 148. So basically, Trump is 52 away. That'd be Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona, and we got the win. So at that point, like if we take Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada becomes inconsequential because it's either Minnesota or Arizona. So what I'm seeing here is pretty good news. Pretty good news. Congratulations to everyone out there on the Trump train. Tonight's going to be a celebratory night. Tomorrow we can look forward to a better America, I hope. We still got a little ways to go, but it's looking good, looking good. Oh, no Kamala Harris tonight at the podium. We're going to take a listen in here real quick.
Back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
All right, a quick speech there from Cedric Richmond, the Harris campaign co-chair, saying Kamala Harris will not come out tonight, encouraging people to return tomorrow to Howard University, her alma mater, to see her. And you can see the crowds filtering out very, very quickly after this, well past midnight, 12:45 on the East Coast, as the crowds are dispersing. A disappointing night not to see the vice president there addressing the crowd.
So everyone go
Former
home.
President Donald Trump is in attendance.
We're going to take a look inside Donald Trump's thing here.
Out right now. I don't know if anyone will step to the podium.
We'll see what's going to
in
happen.
just a matter of moments, but the mic check is going to be in place. But let's just continue to give you a roundup of what we're learning as some of the battleground states already called, that one being North Carolina, called a check mark next to his name for the former President Donald Trump. We have not heard other checks being placed in yet, but Trump expected to speak to supporters, to the crowd gathered. You just see the amount of enthusiasm on the ground there at this watch party. Almost 1 o'clock in the morning. He was in Grand Rapids about 24 hours ago exactly at the final campaign stop of this. Of course, he is at the West Palm Beach Convention Center there. Plenty of people in attendance for this just down the road from Mar-a-Lago. So the excitement there is interesting, the contrast of what's going on right now on election night at West Palm Beach to what is going on at Howard University. Just wanted to give you a contrast of what we're looking at right there, right now. All right, let's bring into the conversation one more time.
So hopefully Donald Trump just got up from a nap. That man will come out with some energy, energize the campaign, energize the country. At least those of us that voted for him. So, yeah. Alaska coming in looking like they're leaning red. I got cat hair in my mouth. Damn cat. I love you, Dusty. Anyway, so yeah, we got Alaska coming in, leaning to the red. So, we definitely want to keep our eye on the House of Representatives. We got the Senate. Senate, we already have a majority. House of Representatives is looking like it's going to lean Democratic. So,
That is not good because they can still tie Donald Trump up in basically court or whatever, impeachment hoaxes and all that, whatever. They can tie him up indefinitely if Democrats get back the House of Representatives. They have already said they will also nominate Hakeem Jeffries as the Speaker of the House. So that's what we have to look forward to. All right, coming back over here to Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is got a sizable lead here now. Back up to 4.5 million in the popular vote ahead, and 248 to 213 in the electoral vote. We got a 93.8% chance of winning. Kamala Harris had a 6.2% chance of winning. I do honestly believe that is why they just told everybody at their headquarters to go ahead and pack it up. She'll be back out tomorrow. And definitely not there at the college, or if she is at the college, she's going to be inside with a small group of people and make a statement saying how it was an honor to run, an honor to be the vice president, and that's what I expect to happen tomorrow from Kamala Harris. We still have Donald Trump is expected to speak here in just a little bit in West Palm Beach, Florida, which is, let's see, 9, 10, 11, 12, about 1 o'clock almost over there. So, looks like Minnesota is leaning to the left a little bit. Inconsequential, though, at this point. We get Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. It's over. Alaska, I don't know. I don't know how Alaska's going to go, but I think Alaska's going to go red. They got the electoral projection, 295 Trump, 243 Harris. She's not even going to make 250. So the way we look at it right now, Nevada's still up for grabs. Looks like we got some updates here in Utah. Malloy took over the House of Representatives
Utah District 2. So we got another seat there in the House of Representatives for the Republicans. All right, let's take a listen in here.
1984, Walter Mondale conceded very early. It was actually an issue back in 1980 because Jimmy Carter, when he losing in a landslide, he lost 44 states that year, called up former California Governor Ronald Reagan and conceded early. And Tip O'Neill, the Speaker of the House, blames Jimmy Carter for doing that for about 10 House seats in the West Coast, because what happened was a lot of people that were traditionally Democrats in Oregon, California, and Washington State did not come out and vote because they were depressed because they believed that their presidential candidate had lost the race. So sometimes, even if you know you're going to lose the race badly, it's the best thing in order for your party. So the candidates that are trying to run on your coattails and are trying to get as many voters to come out, it's better for that sometimes that the candidate concedes as late as possible. 2000, Al Gore conceded to George W. Bush. Then a few hours later, called back and rescinded his endorsement. And George W. Bush said, "Are you saying that you're rescinding my endorsement?" To which Al Gore famously said, "You don't have to get snappy about it."
All right, very good. That's good historical context, and it's interesting to look back at previous election cycles, and see what happened before. And I do want to get to some news here on Live Now from Fox. Fox News is projecting that Trump will win Georgia, but the AP at this point, as we are relying on that, the Associated Press in a significant way has not called this president these 16 electoral votes yet for Trump. 50.9 to 48.4 at this point. So he holds a significant lead, but Fox News reporting that Donald Trump will take the Peach State, the AP not at this point. Let's talk about that.
Looks like we have
maybe
McCormick coming out.
Oh, it looks like Dave McCormick has come out. Well, good eyes there, Austin. Rich, stick with us. We're going to continue here on Live Now from Fox, a key Senate seat there in Pennsylvania. Let's take us to it now here and hear from him on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. What a great group of friends. We are so honored to have you all here today. And how about my wife, Dina Powell? So to say that Dina and I are partners in this whole thing, and I wouldn't have done it without her, is an understatement. She is, this is something we decided to do together, something that we felt honored to try to do. It was a mountain to climb. And none of this would have ever happened without Dina. So thank you, Dina. And now I want to just ask the question, who's ready to save America? We got to do it. We've got to do it. And listen, this election night's not quite over, but about 85% of the vote is in. And we've looked at where all the rest of it coming, and it looks like we're headed in a very good direction. And listen, when we started this, Dina and I looked at the country. We feel like we've been blessed by everything America has to offer. Two of the luckiest people in the world. But that opportunity, that American dream is slipping away, and we got to get it back for every single Pennsylvanian and every single American. And we need new leadership. We need new leadership in the Senate to make sure that every single kid in Pennsylvania has the opportunity to be all that they can be, regardless of party, race, creed. We need to create opportunity for every single person. We need to create an economy that works for everybody. We need to secure our border. We need to have energy policy that protects the environment, but also makes us secure and creates great jobs. The bottom line is we need leadership. We don't have it, and we're going to get it. And so, listen, in the coming days, the election results will be finalized. And when they are, we will look forward to a new agenda, a new America. And we'll look back on this day today, and we'll say that was the day that we turned the corner. That was the day that we had new leadership in Pennsylvania. That was the day that we got our country back on track. And, you know, some of you know, I think most of you probably know, I had the opportunity to go to West Point, and my brother went to West Point, and my mom and dad went with us to West Point for 8 years in a row. And they hadn't gone back for 35 years. And we took them back last fall. And with Dina's parents as well. And we walked past the MacArthur statue. And it has a very famous speech etched in granite. And the speech says, "Duty, honor, country." Those three hallowed words reverently dictate what you ought to be, what you can be, what you will be. They are your rallying point to build courage when courage seems to fail, to regain faith when there seems little cause for faith, and to create hope when hope becomes forlorn. And that makes sense to me because this is a moment where we don't have enough leaders showing courage. This is a moment where Americans are losing faith. This is a moment where America is losing hope. But we can turn that page. We can look forward. We can have an America that works for everybody. It starts now. It starts with this election. It starts right here in Pennsylvania. And so, from the bottom of our hearts, we have been so honored to campaign across Pennsylvania. 450 visits in every little town and every city. And the people we've met along the way have given us hope. They've given us faith. They've given us courage to want to represent and serve the great people of our Commonwealth. It'll be the honor of our lifetimes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, so pretty soon here, we're going to be hearing Donald Trump speak. We're going to be waiting for that. He's going to be speaking from Florida. And so it's looking like, yeah, Donald Trump's, his chances of winning are going up and up. 93.8% Donald Trump, 6.2% Kamala Harris. Let's go ahead and put this back over here. Bang. That's been my favorite graph of the night. I like watching those live graphs with the live data and live information going up. So that's what we're looking at right there. Right there. Looks like Bitcoin, Bitcoin reaching up there. Still trying to touch $75,000. And Ethereum still holding tough right around $2,600. But if you look at the graph for today, just pricing in Donald Trump's presidency, we have gone up considerably. So a couple $100 on Ethereum, and a couple $1,000 on Bitcoin. So congratulations to those of you that were in that. Oh, here we are. Oh, who's this? Georgia?
The campaign family, thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
That was a quick remarks there from Cedric Richmond there, the co-chair of the Harris campaign just a little bit ago. We wanted to bring you to those because it was only 90 seconds, a brief remarks saying that Kamala Harris would not.
So, Kamala Harris already going into hiding. Well, no, honestly, probably not going into hiding, but Kamala Harris sounds like she's conceding, going home, going to bed, probably going to have a glass of wine, read a book or something. I don't know what she's going to do, take a hot bath. It's probably what I'd do. Smoke a lot of weed and get drunk, whatever. So, yeah. Yeah, they do not sound confident in her campaign whatsoever. We still have votes to count and states to call. Well, yeah. Yeah, we do. We also got this graph right here. Here's the one. 94.0% chance for Donald Trump. 6.0% chance for Kamala Harris. That's the graph we're looking at. That's my favorite one all night long. Right there. So, just 22 hours ago, he started a stream in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and less than 24 hours, well, less than 22 hours later, he is still up at 1 a.m. in the morning in Florida. He probably just got off a nap. If he was smart, that's what I would do, go home, take a nap, then go out and party. But he's getting ready to speak sometime soon here. Sometime soon. Go ahead and take a listen to his 1-minute message here.
Hello to our great sports fans, and I hope you're having a fantastic time. We're 2 days away from the most important election in the history of our country. We've got to save our country, and it needs saving. It's in very bad shape. The worst economic numbers in generations were just announced 2 days ago. We're losing jobs, we're losing everything, including viability. We're going to end up in a depression based on what's been happening. We've never seen anything like it, at least for the last 40 years. We have to straighten out our country, we have to close our borders, we have to lower our taxes, we have to get rid of inflation, and we're going to do it. Just remember, Kamala and her friends broke it. I'll fix it. Most important election in the history of our country. Go and vote.
Well, it looks like they took the Harris campaign headquarters off of their live stream here and just put the White House there with Donald Trump, which seems to be a forecast of what's to come. It appears they have started putting the results of Nevada out, and it's leading by the Republicans. So, once again, we're getting another state with some good news coming out of Nevada.
They got the election map there. Georgia's our flipped state there. Well, what do you want, kitty? What do you want? All right. They appear to be on a break here.
House situations as well.
The Senate, Republicans did an extraordinary job. They surpassed all expectations. President Trump is on his way. And I think President Trump is going to help the Republicans hold the House, but it's going to be very narrow, maybe even narrower than we have now.
But you think they could do it?
Maybe even narrower than you have now, you said.
Yeah, it may be exactly the same or maybe smaller. Look at the two seats I said at the very beginning of the night. Watch Pennsylvania 7 and Pennsylvania 8. I think we're going to pick those both up. You said North Carolina 1. We're probably going to lose that by 1 point. She did an extraordinary job.
Wow.
Then you look at Maine. We're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York. California's just in now, but don't read those numbers yet because it's just the first part coming in. We're going to have to wait some time to see where we're there. Arizona, we've got a couple of incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha, maybe there. If we hold the House, if this is a trifecta, the credit goes to President Trump. But it also fundamentally means something different. You can do reconciliation when it comes to tax reform. So you don't need 60 votes in the Senate. Having the Senate as large as he is, he's going to get the cabinet that he wants. The other thing that's going to happen is you're not going to have a Hakeem Jeffries that's going to try to impeach him every single week. So America's going to see ability to govern. And if Republicans take this moment in time to not play games and focus on the issues, they can grow it the next time. Otherwise, it's going to be very competitive in 2 years.
But Juan Williams, if it's as big as we think it could be, we obviously haven't made these calls yet, but it's trending that way, and the pathway for her to win is getting narrower and narrower. Isn't it not a mandate? And Hakeem Jeffries and the thought of impeaching with what we're seeing tonight seems like wouldn't be the right move.
Well, I think the Democrats are, well, dispirited at this moment, and I think that the likelihood, as we've pointed out, is that Trump will be the president. And I think that, for me, talking to people like Darren and political professionals around, no one anticipated the size of this mandate, as you call it. I think that there's even recriminations now among Democrats as to Biden and whether Biden should have dropped out earlier or Biden should have stayed. With a wide perspective.
And I'm giving you mine.
Right, so I listened to you as my friend. But I'm going to tell you what I saw was not only a right in terms of the violence, but a direct action intended to stop certification of a presidential election.
Understood. And we've talked a lot about it.
That's why I said that.
And we've talked a lot about it. And the campaign,
clearly. I'm not trying to hype anything.
The campaign ran a lot of ads about it, talked a lot about it, and more, half the country now, Juan is going to say, that is not what I care about. I care about my economy. I care about immigration.
No, see, that's where we differ. I'm not sold on this idea that, it was the cost of eggs. I worry that it was, I'm not voting for this woman, or I'm not voting for this black woman.
No, that's not what we see in our data.
Well, here's the thing. Where do you see that? Because a moment ago, Darren was out here and he said, in fact, not only did the bro strategy work, and the bro strategy largely worked along the lines of white men, but that the bro strategy also had some impact in terms of Latino and black men who came along and gave higher percentages.
All right, Carl, weigh in.
I just want to make one more point with Juan. I spoke to Jack Brewer this week, and here's what he said if Trump wins. He said he won because black men felt that Democrats and elites put immigrants before us. Your thoughts on that?
I just think that that's possible. I don't know that for a fact. I think there are tensions between racial groups, and people might feel that. Obviously, they're going to, you can exploit those tensions and you can exacerbate them to the point where you can politically benefit from it. Do I think that's the reason he won? No. I think the reason he won is you look at that bro strategy and the white male turnout and white grievance politics that he has used to great success in this country.
Carl, I think he's trailing him on, trailing his prior 2020 numbers with whites.
Well, you know what? I think that the bros,
Hispanics and black males.
Yeah.
It's not sufficient to make up. It's not sufficient to have this kind of night.
I just think it is extremely odd to suggest that black men are somehow prejudiced because they vote for a white candidate who says, I want to make certain that everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous, and I will do.
Please leave the ads on my videos and earn rewards. It's a win-win. Pi.org is a free ad blocker that not only blocks your
rewards you if you do. Holy God.
It works the same as any browser extension.
That came out of nowhere. Holy shit. All right, so we're checking out our chances here. 4.3% Kamala Harris, 95.7% Donald Trump. At this point, I mean, nobody wants to call the race. You can't do it officially. He's made it over the 250 mark from what we're seeing right here. We look at the House of Representatives. This is the big thing still on the table here. House of Representatives. So basically, as we start to get these numbers in, we're going to see large amounts of red fill in here. But I don't know what that means as far as, seats. Does each little section mean one seat? I expect we're going to see Colorado fill in blue, New Mexico fill in blue. Arizona might fill in a couple different colors. Nevada might be split. A couple different colors. And it doesn't look like we have Idaho in yet. Idaho's obviously, Montana is going to be red. Minnesota might be a little bit of a split. I mean, they obviously have Minneapolis and all that. It's going to be blue. But we're going to keep an eye on that House race. Yeah, and NBC's map, totally different. Totally different here, not showing lean in any direction or whatever, even though it's clear on other maps. So, that's NBC. NBC trailing behind. Maybe they're just waiting on official confirmation. I don't know. But this is Decision Desk. And I trust Decision Desk more than I trust NBC. How about that? We got Alaska. Alaska win for Donald Trump. 55.7% for Donald Trump, 39.6% Kamala Harris. We had 2% of the vote out there still voting for RFK Jr. 1.1% of the vote for Chase Oliver and less than 1% of the vote for Jill Stein. So congratulations, Alaska, for continuing to be a free state. Well, now we're just waiting on Pennsylvania to make up their mind. They got 91% of the vote in. I think they're going to drag their feet. Probably already going to call for a recount or something, but looks like we're up, just over 200,000 votes. I don't know how many votes could possibly be left if they have 91% of the vote counted. That should already be a call for Donald Trump. And 2% in Michigan, according to Decision Desk. So, as our chances keep rising, what I was showing you on the screen a little bit ago was the Robinhood, bet on presidential election, and the Kamala Harris thing, when I started looking at it, was like 44 cents. It's all the way down to 3 cents. And apparently you get $1 for every one share of those you bought. Trump was at like 58 cents when I started watching it. And it's going to be up $1. So lucky to those who put some money into Robinhood and had it on Donald Trump. Theoretically could have damn near doubled your money, or, well, halved your money. 40% increase is not bad. Things just keep getting worse and worse for Kamala Harris. We are still waiting for Donald Trump to come out and speak in Florida. Bitcoin still trying to get the pump here. They're having a hard time getting up to over $75,000. So a hard time getting over $75,000. Bitcoin can do that. We'll be just fine. Well, we gotta see. We got some stuff going on here. Let's see what's going on. Take a listen in.
Up there, we will take you there live.
Well, those guys had 2 Make America Great hats on.
I saw someone with a
front,
really large
back.
one. Yeah.
As we look now at what we have, Pennsylvania. Is this a call, ladies and gentlemen? We are now projecting that Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania. Former President Donald J.
For Trump to come out here and speak, let's take a look at our races here. Here's the House of Representatives. This very important race, man. Very important race, House of Representatives here. 192 to 170. We still got a long ways to go on this one. $17 toss-up seats here, which they need them. Apparently, it looks like they need them. We need them. So we got the whole map filled out here. Basically, they're not calling Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, Nevada, or Maryland. For some reason, Maryland. I don't understand. Looks like Maryland. Maybe they have one of those split votes or whatever in Maryland. They got 60% of the vote in. So there's next to no chance. Next to no chance. And I won't say no chance, but there's next to no chance that Kamala Harris becomes the President of the United States. Next to no chance. They just called this on Decision Desk headquarters. 270 Donald Trump. They just put a check mark next to his name right here. They just called this. They called this. That's not called by the Associated Press, but that is. We are on Decision Desk headquarters. That's what they're calling. Let's take a look over here. They have also called this at 270 Donald Trump. Over here on NBC, obviously they haven't even listed Pennsylvania. And yeah, so they're a little bit laggy behind. So we have the Senate, we have the House, and it looks like, I mean, we're on a good path here to the, we got half of Nevada, so we got a Republican in Nevada for the House of Representatives. Looks like we're getting part of California, part of Arizona, part of Colorado as well. So, you know, some of these all blue states for the presidency definitely have some red areas for the House of Representatives. Very good. Very good. We're on our way. We've got 2-seat gain already in our favor in the race for the House of Representatives. So, absolutely like that. And we're just going to look right here. I mean, they put a check mark next to his name right here. 96% chance of winning. Kamala Harris only has a 4% chance to win. I mean, she has to win every single state on the map that's undecided, and that is not happening. Let's just be honest. It's not happening. So let's go ahead and take a look over here at the market. And you can see the S&P 500, 5,877, and rising. I mean, we're pricing in some big time moves for the stock market tomorrow. If you were bullish at the end of today, and we're in the right position, boy, you are feeling pretty good about the open tomorrow. Hopefully everybody doesn't sell off and take their profits before the open, which usually is what happens. But so keep an eye out for the market. If you're into Bitcoin, Ethereum, they're up quite a bit, and I imagine most of the other cryptos are as well. Looks like Solana's still having a hard time getting over 190. You know, that's all right. It's on its way. Just making the first leg right now. This is the first leg. In my opinion, we've had a delayed bull run for the crypto market this year. It's been delayed because of the uncertainty for the presidency, and now we're going to see a surge in the crypto market is what I foresee. Once again, that is not any kind of financial advice, just my own personal opinion, and I am nobody. All right, well, let's take a look at our Senate seats here. Oh. Looks like we've already got 2-seat lead. So 52-48 is what the forecast is. We still have 7 seats up for grabs, so, you know, anything can happen still. But even if they get all 7 seats, we still have 52. So 52 is a shoe-in for us. Oh, 51's a shoe-in for us. So we have the majority no matter what at this point. We have the majority no matter what. So Senate is an absolute win. Let's take a look over here. House of Representatives. Actually, I want to look at this here because they seem to be a little more accurate. So Democrats have the lead actually in the House of Representatives right now, 210 to 207. Even with a few districts in Colorado, Nevada, and Arizona, looks like
the entirety of New Mexico is going blue for the House of Representatives. It looks like the only actual, oh no, other than the Upper East Coast over here, these little tiny states here, all of New Mexico is going blue. So watch out for New Mexico. I would not put that on my places to travel in 2025, 2026, 2027, or 2028. So as the map fills out, you know, not looking the greatest for the House of Representatives, but every other map we look at here is looking really good. Looking really, really, really good.
So I hear you. Democrats are not bad for the economy. Some things she proposed that I'm with you on. But we're a great country, and we're going to continue to be great. And I trust and hope and believe that your party will be great again. I want the, and you can thank Donald Trump for that. Because, no, but he inherited an economy also that was in pretty good shape. I don't want to quarrel about that.
All right, well.
I agree with you. I want the country to be great, and I hope
Decision Desk headquarters already has the check mark next to Donald Trump's name. We heard Kamala Harris's campaign manager come out and say Kamala will be back tomorrow to give a speech to the people, and all the votes haven't been counted. But thank you for your support. So that sounded like a speech that they're ready to give up. Consolation speech. So it's really not looking good for the Kamala Harris campaign. All the supporters went home, and we still have a bunch of people waiting for Donald Trump. 1:35 a.m. in Florida, current Florida time. And this is what it looks like inside of the Donald Trump headquarters. That's a live look inside the Donald Trump headquarters. 1:35 in the morning, 1:36 in the morning, Florida time. So.
You wrote in your piece, you quoted one of those great old Republican presidents, H.W. Bush, who said that a campaign is a disagreement and an election.
Looks like we already have 73% of the vote in Nevada, leaning to the right the entire time it's been on the map. And we've got 56% of the vote in for Arizona. 91% of the vote in for Wisconsin. It is a close race, though. I mean, we're within 15,000. Within 15,000 votes in Wisconsin. So there's a possibility for anything in Wisconsin. 120,000 votes or so, and difference in Michigan leaning Donald Trump, but there's only 74% of the vote has been counted. So, you know, we still got a little ways to go when it comes to Wisconsin and Michigan and Arizona. Excuse me, not Wisconsin. Wisconsin, 91% in, so we're not too worried about that. Nevada, 73, Arizona, and Michigan is what we're waiting on here. Pretty much a shoe-in here.
Early on, remember, he said that he's going to be returned to norms, and then the historians came in and said, no, you could be bigger than FDR. So he says, fine, okay, I'll spend all the money. Then they cause inflation, and now they end up...
S&P 500 is just cruising to the upside. The market absolutely loved this news, and gotta tell you, it feels good to be alive today.
People expected after the last election. Of course, we would be kidding ourselves to think that there won't be a tremendous response to this, tremendous backlash in a lot of...
I think we're gonna find out probably tonight who the president is. They said they're not going to call it until tomorrow or whatever because of voting, counting, blah, blah, blah. But so they got Minnesota. Yeah, so Harris and Waltz win Minnesota. Notice they put that up there real quick, but they still haven't called Pennsylvania, even though that's already been decided. So, you know, kudos to NBC. If you are watching this, NBC, you guys, we see you. We see you. There's more of an idea what the map looks like. They just did call Minnesota for blue. So Minnesota going blue here in just a second. Once again, they are predicting a Trump win here. 270 already reached, basically. 55 remain in the forecast. They're forecasting a 281 to 226. Take a look at our House of Representatives here. We got 195, so we've gained a couple more seats. Or no. One more seat. We didn't gain, we just got what we already knew we were going to get. So, that's great. I can't be having this shit in the background either. We got a live look going on over there at the Donald Trump headquarters. We're still waiting on him to come out and speak here. I'm surprised his channel is not going live. That's all right. We'll continue to wait for him right here. And this is basically it, man. This is what they're forecasting. That's what everybody's seeing.
And 47, and we're waiting for him to join the room. We'll take you there, obviously, as soon as that gets underway. In the meantime, Grady Trimble is in Michigan. Let's get a quick update just outside of Detroit. Hi, Grady.
Hey, Martha. Yeah, people were getting a little bit tired here, but then the call for Pennsylvania was like a jolt of electricity through this room at the Michigan GOP watch party, and the crowd started chanting USA. They started chanting Trump, 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 as it now appears he will be the 47th president of the United States. Now, in addition to Trump and the call for him in Pennsylvania, they're also excited about the possibility that Michigan could be the state that tips him over that magic 270 number. We're also following a very close Senate race here in Michigan, and they're feeling very confident about that as well. Republican candidate Mike Rogers looks like he could cruise to victory with the help of former President Trump. Democratic candidate Alyssa Slotkin, she went out to her crowd at her watch party at around 12:30 tonight and told them to go home and go to sleep, where here they extended this ballroom venue all through the night if they had to, and now it looks like the crowd is fired up as they await former President Trump taking the stage.
Okay, Grady, thank you. It is really important to point out how big the coattails could be tonight. Think about Bernie Moreno in Ohio. Was thought dead in the water against Sherrod Brown. He wins. We have right now at this hour, as Grady mentioned, Mike Rogers in Michigan is up. Looks like he is getting closer. We haven't made a call there yet. Hovde in Wisconsin, leading right now. Sam Brown in Nevada is closing in on Jackie Rosen. Wow. We're talking about historic numbers here. If all of these dominoes fall, you're talking about a Senate that could be 54-46, 55-45. That wasn't in the cards. That wasn't on anybody's bingo card when you came into election night.
But these candidates have all fought really strong races, and they have all closed.
So how much did it cost to fill your tank?
Almost $100.
How much is the
More of those soon.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says with these coattails, you could see the House going Republican as well, and that would be a part of this story as well. Let's go back out to Trace Gallagher on the West Coast with his panel. Hey, Trace.
Brett, thank you. Martha, thank you as well. We've got our panel, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kaylee McGee-White, and Jono Caldwell. You're talking to your panel, Brett and Martha, and we were talking to ours, and Kaylee McGee-White was struck by the whole concept that, again, Trump was undercounted. Kaylee.
This is the third consecutive polling miss in a presidential cycle for Donald Trump, and we really need to be asking ourselves, why do they keep getting it wrong? And at this point, it is a choice. Back in 2016, you could argue that you were blindsided. You didn't expect it. You cannot say that anymore. This was predictable from the very start. And I think the reason they keep getting it wrong is because they still don't understand the average Trump voter. They cannot wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed to. And even worse, they didn't want to. They didn't want to have to stoop down to understand the concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sent a very clear message tonight that you better start paying attention, and you better start paying attention soon.
We heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many times we heard it, Steve Hilton, but Gianna, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard it again and again tonight, and you think it's worth talking about.
I think this is a historic night. Black men will now, those who voted for Trump will be counted as those who helped save America from further decline. I mean, Kamala Harris has tried her best to create these accents like, you better thank a union member, all of these things that she's done to try to appeal to this community, even going on Oprah Winfrey's talk show or whatever that was to say, oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. I mean, this has become nonsensical to the point that I don't know if we're looking at Medea runs for president or not. I mean, this is outstanding what has happened from the black male perspective, and I hope the Republican Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what young people are geared into. Are you surprised when you see these voter analysis numbers that young voters came out heavy for Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a fraud. They can sniff out somebody who's chameleon-like. She changes her position according to the prevailing winds. They didn't like that. Many across the country, young students said, for me, a red line also is mass atrocities, is collective punishment, is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicit in. So they, were saying, I'm not just that enthusiastic. Yeah, and I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve.
I just think when I see this unfold, Trace, it is just a massive victory.
Oh, we got to jump back. Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming out.
Trace, thank you. The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that
We did it.
narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters expressed deep frustration with the Biden administration and Former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they've doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th President of the United States, former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running.
So I think what's going on right now is Kamala Harris had to leave her campaign headquarters, go and make the phone call to Donald Trump and concede, and he's basically just waiting to come out here after he had the phone call and is probably dealing with his official business. So hopefully we'll hear from Donald Trump pretty soon. We're going to stick around and just watch this until we do. But he is projected to...
A long time, and that's due to former President, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kayleigh's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kayleigh's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be...
It's going to be interesting to see what kind of meltdown goes on. Let's take a quick peek over here and see what kind of meltdown we got going on. All right, House of Representatives, we're still gaining some steam there with 197 seats to 174. So, Senate, still sitting at 51 on this NBC. We're going to get rid of NBC. They don't seem to know what the hell's going on. So, 51, still 51. That's okay. And we got more than a 99% chance Donald Trump and less than a 1% chance of Kamala Harris. So congratulations. Congratulations. America, you finally did the right thing. We should have never been in the position we're in right now. Absolutely shouldn't have been there. So.
out God's will for this country, for the United States, and for freedom across the world, because there's no other country like the United States in the entire world. No one else has our Constitution. No one else has a document that limits the government. The way God intended us to live was free. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are God-given rights to the citizens of the United States of America, and of course, across the world, that's what God intends as well. But we're the only country that has fought tooth and nail. Our founding fathers created this country specifically with all these measures in place so that Americans could live free.
Right.
And that's why I believe that Trump had to become president in this moment to save our great country so it wouldn't fall to tyranny and it wouldn't fall to the globalists and it wouldn't fall to that radical agenda that we were already going down the path with the Biden-Harris administration.
And the Democrats try to do, and the media try to do.
At Harbor Freight, we're committed to ensuring our tools are expertly engineered and built.
Indoor cat, I get it. They have him, and they had him in the courtroom. They have him impeached. They have him, and whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree with that. I'm just saying be a gracious winner and let's move the country forward. I agree. And I know you will. That was my only point.
I heard a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people around him have to be gracious too. I think he will. I know him as well as you, but I think the people around him can be gracious as well.
That's a different question.
We can always hope.
No, well, that comes from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion with a bill.
Wow.
B, if you spent $1,000 a day for 2,740 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that. What has been spent on every race, presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is that, a check you can write to for every American? What did you say?
About
$50.
About
$50.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable. Yeah. This was, in some ways, a podcast experience. A very bad split screen. You probably couldn't see it in here, but they're filing out, and he's expanding his folks, and they're all excited for him. Look, I think that Kamala Harris is a sign of the times. But I think that
Kamala Harris couldn't even address her own supporters. That says a lot about who she is as a person. You know,
I think that's it. The other thing I just
she's not ready to be a leader. I don't know if she'll ever be ready to be a
maybe it's just
leader.
as a flawed human being.
But today is
we all
definitely
get second
not her
chances
day.
in this life.
So
Rarely do we get a second chance as big
once
as this
again,
one. And I have
Donald
got to
Trump
believe the man that I
projected to be
know
the winner,
and that Kaylee worked with is
by
going
all
to work
accounts.
with a certain alacrity and energy to get things done very quickly. What he can do through executive order, what he could do with the Congress, bringing in the governors. Nobody gets a second chance this big in their lives and just puts it on the shelf like it's a trophy or a gold star. He's going to use that as a platform for good and undo some of these bad policies, and I think do even better.
It appears Donald Trump has passed 280. 280. And we're back to a 5 million popular vote deficits. So it's pretty much, yeah, it's over. Take a look at the House. We're still sitting at 197 to 176. 62 votes still up for grabs in the House of Representatives. We got large portions of areas that are predominantly red still not filled in as well, so look at the stock market go. The S&P 500 is just absolutely cooking to the upside. Absolutely cooking. Bitcoin, Ethereum seem to be slowing down a bit, having a hard time getting over 75.5, actually staying over 75,000 Bitcoin. And, you know, keeps knocking on the door, 26,000 for Ethereum. Solana here still trying to pump up above 188. Having a hard time getting over 188. I assume we're going to see a lot of profit taking first thing in the morning, which is actually coming pretty soon. I'm on the West Coast, so I'm 3 hours behind New York City, which would make New York at 2 a.m. right now. So they're going to wake up probably close to about the time I'll be going to bed. Although I might be going to bed relatively soon. We're just waiting on the next president of the United States to take the stage with the vice president and vice president-elect, whatever, and see how that goes, man. I want to hear what he has to say. Make sure that, you know, everything is copacetic in the world of politics, and we're going to call it a night and rest easy. Knowing that our freedoms are safe once again. Our country shall be safe once again. We shall be prosperous and happy once again. Interesting look here on Flare. Flare really kind of pumping back up here to out of nowhere. It's been on a nothing but a downhill drive, and now all of a sudden seems to be just pumping up. So Flare, good look on Flare. Cosmos. Oh, we got to reset our thing here. Cosmos liking the news. News is looking good all the way around. Bitcoin Cash still having a hard time getting over 180 or 380, excuse me. It's working its way up. We got a nice stair step going on. We got wave one. We got a nice stair step going on. Oh. What's going on here? Seems like we lost our feed there. Oh, there we go. So Bitcoin Cash, really liking the news as well. We're kind of all the way around the board here. The news is good.
That's a good looking map. That's what it should have been last year, or last election. 4 years ago. That's what it should have been. Ethereum up 8.5% at one point. Right now, sitting at 7.19%. Congratulations, Ethereum holders, Bitcoin holders, crypto holders in general right now. Everybody's doing really good in the market right now. Congratulations, all you people in the market. We are still just holding tight here, waiting on Donald Trump to take the stage here at his election headquarters. Hopefully that'll be sometime relatively soon. And still got the House of Representatives up for grabs. Not exactly sure how that's going to play out. It looks like the Democrats have kind of a decent chance to have the majority, but they don't have much of a majority. There it is right there, favorite graph of the night. I've been watching that one all night long. That's the favorite graph of the night. It's pretty much, that's a wrap, man. That's a wrap. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, that's it. Man, that chat's going crazy. We'll take a listen in here. We're just gonna be patient and wait for Donald Trump to take a stage.
What is wrong with someone who would vote for him?
Michelle Obama.
And Joe Scarborough saying, you know, we weren't raised like this. Who raised these people? So I can only imagine what tomorrow is going to look like.
You know, I will say when we talk about the view, you know, what comes to mind is we mentioned the carnage speech that President Trump gave at his inauguration. And my mind automatically went to the unity speech that Biden gave, and he mentioned unity a half dozen times. But when you think about what we got over 4 years, there was the garbage comment that didn't come in isolation.
Well, we had the guy come
there
out
were all kinds of
that
comments.
measures the microphone. He's out there right now measuring the microphone, so I assume within the next 5 minutes or so, we're going to see Donald Trump take the stage with J.D. Vance and give the acceptance speech or give a speech at least to the supporters, thanking everybody for their support and solidifying what his dream is.
And so I expect you'll hear a unifying tone, and I expect you're going to see a very successful presidency and one untethered maybe from some of the things that were
shortly we're going to see that, since we have the microphone measuring
meeting that we
man
had where Dr.
on the
Fauci was
stage.
urging him not to open the country. And I watched President Trump fight vociferously, saying people are losing their jobs. We must open the country. He wanted to do it sooner than he did. I think that Donald Trump, who goes with his instincts, is going to be a Trump that ultimately leads a very successful country in second term.
You know, Martha, Joe Biden mentioned the word unity more in his inaugural address than any president, I think, except one. If he's serious about that, he'll pardon Donald Trump. He'll also pardon his son. and then he'll put pressure on Georgia and New York to end this lawfare. If there is any silver lining tonight, it is that lawfare actually helps the person that you are trying to go after. We need a justice system. The lady needs to wear a blindfold for a reason. We got to stop this prosecution of our political enemies.
I mean, literally, his polls
think
went
will
up.
be the Attorney General.
Absolutely.
We need a really solid Attorney General.
John Ratcliffe.
Can do it.
Sorry, John. Sorry, John. I apologize. Sorry.
There will be a lot of talk about cabinet members, Treasury Secretary, Secretary of
Right
State.
now we're seeing
Secretary of
Vivek
Defense.
Ramaswamy
You've got Tom Cotton,
hanging out
Mike
with,
Pompeo,
I can't remember that guy's
Well,
name,
you also
Doug
have a
something
Republican
from,
bench.
I think he was
sometimes, like, you
Minnesota.
were saying that the
He ran for
Democratic Party is
president
quite
as
old right now.
independent, I
There's not a
believe, or whatever,
great
but he, now
bench,
he's
although there are some,
hanging out with
especially when you take
Vivek
governors out of
over at the
states,
Trump
then you leave a hole,
headquarters.
And then they have to build up that bench back up. But the Republican bench is pretty strong right now. There you see Doug Burgum and Vivek Ramaswamy, Steve Wynn, his lovely wife Andrea. So people are there waiting for the former president. Britt would like to know where he is.
He's watching us.
Can we say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works? That Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, standing up, asking what their government is going to do, asking their government to see them and their concerns, that it works. That this is American democracy in our republic.
The process works. I think as we get a final account of the numbers and the coalition that President Trump won with this time, I think it'll be one that will be for the history books. President
It appears
Bush,
like they
I
lit
think,
up the
got
stage. They're
40+%
getting ready.
Hispanic vote. George Bush, W.
So,
Bush. And it looks like President.
a few
at
more
least the
minutes here. We got
preliminary
some
numbers
big news
suggest that.
coming.
But as much as we talk about the unconventional aspect of this was conventional also. People believed him. He resonated with voters. He resonated with communities, rural communities, urban communities, suburban communities across the country. And I congratulate him tonight. I didn't want him to win, but I congratulate him on his victory and wish him the best for my country. And I can only hope that the concerns that are articulated by my dear friend Kellyanne, that they're not realized. I hope that my party and my friends, and for that matter, Republicans alike, that we're all able, once we get past the moment here, the 24 hours of excitement and joy and celebration, to understand that what we're really
Well,
celebrating
since
is the greatest experiment.
the fight for the White
to
House,
have ever come
Trump
to
versus
existence. It'll
Kamala, and we
celebrate
got Trump
250
winning.
years of its own existence in
Next
2026. So
event we got going
those are
on
my
here
thoughts,
is the Tyson
I'm
fight.
struck by the issue
Although
that,
that's not as
of abortion,
consequential
because
and
it was
definitely
talked
not
about
as entertaining.
So much, and it was presented as if
Wonder
you're
if we're gonna
a
see
woman
a
and you are
knockout,
not going
you know
to
what I mean?
support her, then you.
We're seeing a
you know,
knockout right
hate
now.
all women.
So I
They
wonder
said
if we're
that
gonna see a knockout
husbands, were hateful
when it's,
towards their
time for
wives
the
and the women
Tyson
in their
fight.
lives if they didn't support this candidate. And I think it just goes to show that that kind of manipulating, it doesn't win.
And
people
narrow casting us based on our gender. I think Kamala Harris was talking to us from the waist down, and I think Donald Trump was
So,
talking
we're
to us
not
from the waist up
moving
as well.
too
That's
much
where my eyes, my ears, my
on the
heart,
House of
my brain, and my
Representatives.
big mouth are. So, I mean, you got to talk to the woman in full. It's as if she doesn't know anything about the economy, or she doesn't care about what's going on in Ukraine or Israel or with Iran, or can't do the math.
Been sitting
on
at
her grocery
197
bill.
for a while.
It's an insult. Of course people care, but we care about many things. Just as we are not monolithic in life, we're not monolithic thinkers
still got 5
politically.
states
But Martha, something
undecided, not
else happened. They put these ballot
solidified, not
initiatives on to
undecided,
try to
but
gin up
not
turnout
solidified,
for
but
the
they're already
Democrat. And they
projected
did that, and it kind of backfired. Look at
to
this
where they
popular
are. So
vote. And it backfired. The other thing is, if you've got 10 abortion ballot initiatives, you can vote your conscience on abortion.
People look
and
at the
you can
market
vote
right here.
separately
I
or
mean,
similarly for president.
this
The
tells
presidential
you
race was not a proxy for
what the
your
economy
position
thinks
on
about
abortion. By the way,
president.
somebody sent me the statistics. Over $500 million spent on ads about abortion. $500 million in this country out of the $16 billion Brett is talking about. $37 million for pro-lifers. The rest was the pro-choicers. I mean, it's just insane amount of money.
So we've spent a lot of time talking about markets tonight and the betting markets. Trey, at this point, it's at about 66% that Republicans hold on to the House as they're ticking down the possibilities, and they look at these coattails with not only the popular vote, but what could be and is shaping up to be an electoral college landslide. Should he control the White House, the Senate, and the House, like he did at the beginning in 2016, the possibilities open to a lot of things.
Yeah, I was there in 2016, and we had everything but an agenda. That mistake will not be made.
We don't know what else we can take a look at here. We got 57% of the vote coming in from Arizona, and Trump's got a pretty comfortable lead, just over 1%. Not the most comfortable lead, but he's got a lead. Donald Trump has about a 3% lead. A little over a 3% lead in Nevada. So we got 78% of the vote counted in Michigan, and just over a 3% lead.
In Michigan, good candidate, former chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. But Sam Brown was left essentially, he was not going to win.
He was not on anybody's list.
Nope.
Likely switch.
Not getting much money or attention.
No, but I think he's a competent candidate. Once again, we have.
By the way, there's Sam Brown right there, 48.1 to 47.2, 80% in over Jackie Rosen.
How much? That renews our understanding that candidate quality matters.
Yep.
In this cycle, Republicans in the Senate races in particular fielded some pretty darn good candidates that gave them a shot in states where Republicans often face an uphill battle. And the fact that, it looks like it won't be just a squeaker, there might be a little margin there for Republicans, and the Senate is testament to that.
Let's see where Wisconsin is, guys. Can we put up Hovde in Wisconsin?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President-elect Donald J.
Here we
Trump,
go.
First Lady
He's taking the stage
Melania
right now.
Trump, and the Trump family, accompanied by Vice
Oh, of course. J.D. Vance is going to cry. J.D. Vance is going to cry. I bet he never thought he was going to be Vice President of America. All right, here we go.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single.
This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys,
Well, it
and
seems
last
like you
but not
probably made a
least,
pretty good career out of it.
the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
Hopefully you are enjoying it.
And thank you,
continue
America.
on with
Thank
your
you.
career.
Have a good night.
I tried to get my little brother to join the Air Force. He wanted to be a pilot. He decided
That
to
is
go
a piece of work.
into a different
No,
field
he's
and be
an
a
amazing.
machinist.
He's really an
and,
amazing
he's
guy. But
still
most of all, I want to
gonna get
thank
his
the
pilot
millions of
license,
hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really
So are you
means it. He
still
wants to
active
do
duty
some
then?
things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all
Were you
helping
one of
us
those
tonight.
people
When
that
you
lost
think,
your job
I was
due
looking at
to
it, I was watching it.
not
They had some
taking the
great
vaccine?
analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was
We have something in
a
common. I'm
historic
actually out of the
realignment,
labor force right now due to
uniting
an injury
citizens
as
of
well.
all
I'm on
backgrounds
workers' comp,
around
and
a common
ruptured
core
bicep
of
on
common
my,
sense.
right
You know, we're
arm,
the
which is my
party of
dominant
common
arm, so
sense. We want to have
I
borders.
feel for you, brother.
We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no
What
wars.
happened, if you don't
They
mind
said,
me
he
asking?
will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the, can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this
to be
position
honest,
where we can
it
really
was rough
help
in the
our
very
country.
beginning. Well, there we have it. Donald Trump, projected winner of the 47th presidency of the United States of America. Possibly going to be getting over 300 electoral votes. Winning the popular vote, already over 280 with electorals. One thing to keep watching throughout the rest of the evening, well, I guess this morning for a lot of people now, is going to be the House of Representatives. Let's take a look at that real quick. We got the House of Representatives. We now have 200 seats. Looks like we have a 65.1% chance of retaining control of the House of Representatives. So that'll be all three branches right there. We'll have the House, Senate, and President. Final look at our Senate race here. Looks like Independent took Maryland for the Senate. Bernie Sanders for Vermont. I don't know how they're still voting that guy in. I mean, he is definitely anti-American. I don't know. About 312. Yeah, that's what a lot of people are saying. A lot of people are saying. So we're going to keep an eye on it. We pretty much know we won. Take one last look at the market here. And, you know, we've been on a pretty good push ever since 6 a.m. when it comes to the S&P 500. And when the news really started to come in, we got a couple good pushes. So hopefully if you guys were in the market, you were able to make a little money on that. Bitcoin, Ethereum. Looks like Bitcoin, we got some profit taking going on. Running back down to VWAP, bouncing off of VWAP. Nothing out of the ordinary there. I still see Bitcoin heading to the upside if you're interested in that. Looks like Ethereum might try to follow suit, but it's a little bit behind. So expect possibly some fall down before going back up on Ethereum. So the market, absolutely loving the news. Zoom out here, you can just see, see what we're looking at right there. All right, well, that's going to do it for me for tonight, everyone. Thank you very much for stopping in and checking out the live stream. This has all been pretty new to me. Not doing gaming and doing kind of commentary stuff, and hopefully we're going to build on this and be able to do some current events, news events, everything else, keeping everybody up to date with what's going on in the world, not just politics. So everything going on that might be of interest to anybody out there. So thank you very much, and I hope you all can find the like button and subscribe. It's free, doesn't cost anything. Greatly appreciated from me, and we will see you on the next one.